I'm Mike. I was 38 when this happened. This was about a year ago, not long after I'd had abdominal surgery that left me stuck at home for a few weeks. I live alone in a quiet neighborhood in Indianapolis. Nothing fancy, just a one-story house with a small porch and an overgrown yard I kept promising myself I'd clean up. At the time, I was still groggy from the painkillers and spending most of my days watching old movies or dozing off on the couch with a heating pad pressed to my stomach. My routine was slow and predictable, which made what happened that day feel even more unreal. It was one of those chilly, gray Tuesdays where everything outside feels still and quiet, like the world's holding its breath. Around noon, I heard a knock at the door. Not the doorbell, an actual knock. Firm, like someone wanted to be heard but not necessarily seen. I wasn't expecting anything, but I did order some compression socks online the week before, so I figured maybe that was it. When I peeked through the peephole, I saw a guy holding a small brown box under one arm and a clipboard in his other hand. He had on a navy blue hoodie, no logo, and a pair of khakis. No delivery truck in sight, but maybe he parked down the street or something. Honestly, I didn't even think to question it. Just shuffled over in my slippers, unlatched the door, and cracked it open. The guy looked up from the clipboard and said, "Got a small package for a Michael Weaver?" His voice was neutral, almost bored, like he'd said that line 1,000 times that morning. I nodded and reached out to grab the pen sticking out of the top of the clipboard, and that's when it happened. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. Fast. Before I could even react, 2 men in black ski masks appeared behind him, like they'd materialized out of thin air. One of them shoved me so hard I lost my balance and crashed into the side table by the door, knocking over a lamp. The other one barreled through, kicking the door open all the way. They were inside in less than 3 seconds. One of them pinned me down with his knee against my back, while the other dragged a length of cord from his jacket pocket and started tying my wrists together. I tried to scream, but the first guy pressed something hard and cold against the back of my neck. I don't know if it was a gun, but in that moment, I didn't care. I went still. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The fake delivery guy was already inside too, shutting the door behind them and pulling the curtains closed, like he'd done it 100 times. There was this awful silence, broken only by the sound of duct tape tearing as they wrapped it around my ankles and my mouth. I was lying face down on my living room rug, trying not to panic, but every part of me was screaming. The rug smelled like dust and dog hair, and everything felt so vivid, like my senses had turned all the way up. One of them, the one who tied me up, kept calling the shots. He was shorter than the others, maybe mid-30s, with a sharp nasal voice and this weird habit of clicking his tongue before he spoke, like a metronome. He told the others to take my phone and check every room, and they moved fast. Not frantic, though, deliberate, like they'd rehearsed it. I could hear drawers being pulled open, closets ransacked, doors creaking as they went through the guest bedroom, the kitchen, even the laundry area. At one point, one of them, taller guy, kind of bulky, wearing gloves with the fingers cut off, found my wallet in a drawer by the TV and started laughing like he'd just won a scratch-off. "He ain't got shot," he said. I wanted to scream at them that I was recovering from surgery, that I lived alone, that there wasn't anything to take, but I couldn't say a word. The duct tape was tight across my mouth, and I was too scared to try anything. They didn't seem like the kind of people who'd hesitate to hurt someone. Every time they passed by me, I braced myself, wondering if that was it, if they'd suddenly decide I wasn't useful anymore. The fake delivery guy barely said anything. He stayed by the front window, peeking through the blinds every few minutes, clearly watching for someone, neighbors maybe. He never looked at me directly, but at one point, he walked over and knelt beside me. He had these sharp blue eyes and this faint scar that ran from his cheekbone to his ear, like someone had once tried to slice his face open. He stared at me for a second, then whispered, "Don't try anything. We'll be gone soon." That was it. No threats, no yelling, just cold and calm, like he was asking someone to pass the salt. That scared me more than if he'd screamed. Time got weird after that. I don't know how long they were in the house. Felt like hours, but maybe it was less. I remember the sound of things hitting the floor, glass breaking, more tape being torn. They even opened the attic, though I don't know what they thought they'd find up there. Christmas decorations and some old boxes maybe. At one point, they turned on the kitchen faucet and just let the water run. I could hear it trickling down the drain, pointless and eerie. Every so often, I'd hear one of them curse or mutter something under their breath. But most of the time, it was quiet. Way too quiet. Eventually, just as suddenly as they came, they started to leave. I couldn't see the front door from where I was, but I heard the shorter guy say, "Time's up, grab what you can." I heard footsteps, the creak of the door, and then nothing. No slamming, no yelling, just silence. I stayed there completely still for what felt like another hour, afraid they were still inside, hiding in some corner, waiting to see what I'd do. The air in the room felt heavy, like it had soaked up all the fear and tension and was holding on to it. My body was stiff, my face pressed into the carpet, and my hands were numb from how tightly they'd tied me. Eventually, I managed to wriggle my arms enough to loosen the tape a little. It took forever, but I got one wrist free, then the other. My legs were trickier, but I tore the tape off with shaking hands. When I finally peeled the strip off my mouth, it took some skin with it. I remember crawling to the kitchen, grabbing a knife with trembling fingers, and sitting there on the floor, not knowing what to do next. My phone was gone, my backup was in my bedroom, and I didn't even want to go in there. I felt violated, like the entire house had been poisoned by their presence. I called the police using my laptop through Wi-Fi, using a web app I'd barely remembered I had. They arrived in less than 10 minutes, and the moment they walked in, I just broke down. I'd held it together the whole time, but seeing someone in uniform, someone safe, just flipped a switch in me. I told them everything I could. The scar on the fake delivery guy, the clicking sound the leader made, the gloves with the fingers cut off. Turns out I wasn't the first. They said there had been a string of similar home invasions over the past few months. People living alone, recovering from surgeries or illnesses, usually approached with some kind of delivery pretense. I never saw them again. I gave my statement, the cops dusted for prints, but they said the guys were pros, probably wiped everything down. I moved a few months later. Even now, every time someone knocks on my door, I freeze. I don't answer unless I know exactly who it is. I installed cameras, changed the locks, got a dog, but that fear, it doesn't go away. I keep thinking about how perfectly they chose me, how quiet the street was, how fast it all happened. Sometimes I wonder if they were watching me long before that knock ever came. I survived, yeah, but I've never felt safe in my own home since. I'm not really sure why I'm posting this. Maybe just to get it off my chest. Or maybe because I can't stop thinking about how close something really bad might have come to happening. For context, I'm 27, work in graphic design, and have been living alone in a ground-floor apartment in Portland since the start of last year. It's not a bad area. Quiet, lots of trees, a bit out of the way, but that's kind of why I chose it. Most of my days are the same. I wake up, make coffee, and settle into my desk by the window. Nothing exciting, which is exactly how I like it. This happened about 3 weeks ago on a Thursday. I remember because it had been raining nonstop all morning, and I had this headache that wouldn't go away. Around noon, I took a short break to lie down and left my phone on silent. When I finally checked it later, there was a voicemail waiting from an unknown number. The message was from a man who said he was from Express Courier Services, or something similar. His voice was polite but rushed. He said he had tried to deliver a package earlier that morning, didn't get an answer, and would try again later in the afternoon. At first I didn't think much of it, just figured they had the wrong address. But then I listened to the voicemail again, and something about it bugged me. I hadn't ordered anything. No online shopping, no birthdays coming up, no expected deliveries at all. I even double-checked my email just to be sure. Still, I figured mistakes happen all the time with packages. Maybe one of my neighbors ordered something and gave the wrong unit number. I decided to keep an eye out, but didn't feel the need to stress. Around 4:30 p.m., I was still at my desk when someone knocked on my door. Not a buzz from the building entrance, just a knock. 3 short, deliberate taps. I looked through the peephole and saw a guy standing there in a navy blue vest with orange stripes, like the kind couriers wear. But there was no logo and no badge or lanyard. He was holding a clipboard and a plastic envelope. From what I could see, he looked to be in his late 30s or early 40s, with thinning brown hair and pale skin. His expression was off, kind of forced, like he was trying to smile but couldn't quite manage it. I cracked the door just a little, leaving the chain on. Before I could say anything, he jumped right into his spiel. Said I had missed a scheduled pickup that morning and needed to sign some paperwork to avoid a return fee. That phrase stuck with me. Return fee. I'd never heard of a courier charging that just for missing a drop-off. I asked what company he was with, and he pointed vaguely at his vest and said, "We're the contracted delivery service in this area." Still no name, no logo. Just that same weird half smile, like he was trying to look friendly but didn't know how. I told him I hadn't ordered anything and asked who the package was from. He shuffled the papers on his clipboard and said something like, "It might be from a fulfillment center. I don't have the sender listed here." That didn't make any sense. Every legit delivery I've ever received always had tracking info and sender details. I kept the chain on the door and told him I wasn't comfortable signing anything without knowing more. That's when his tone changed. Subtle at first, but his smile dropped, and his eyes started scanning, like he was trying to look past me into the apartment. He leaned in a little and said, "It'll just take a second, ma'am. You don't want this going back. It'll be a bigger hassle for you later." His voice had dropped too, lower and more insistent. Something in me clicked. I didn't feel safe. I've had delivery people come to my door before, and this guy was different. Too pushy, too vague. I told him again that I wasn't expecting anything, and that he could leave whatever it was with the leasing office. That's when he tried to push the door a little, like testing how far it would go with the chain on. My heart jumped into my throat. I reacted without thinking. I slammed the door shut and locked the deadbolt. From the other side, I heard him sigh, and then he knocked again. Just once. Not loud, but long. Then silence. I waited by the door, barely breathing. After what felt like a full minute, I peeked out through the peephole again. He was still there, but now he wasn't facing the door. He was looking toward the window next to my desk, the one I always keep cracked open a little for air. His head tilted slightly like he was trying to listen. My whole body went cold. I backed away from the door slowly, trying not to make a sound. My mind was racing. I kept thinking, did I lock the window? It was one of those older sliding types that never really felt secure, and for a second I was sure I hadn't pushed the latch all the way. I grabbed my phone, ducked below the window line and crawled toward it like I was in some kind of spy movie. When I reached it, I saw the lock was halfway engaged, not fully clicked in. I pushed it shut and slid the latch until I heard that soft, final click. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely feel my fingers. From behind the curtain I heard something. Footsteps, crunching over the gravel path that ran along the side of the building. He was moving. Slowly. Not walking away. circling. I crouched behind my couch, still on the floor, clutching my phone, trying to decide if I should call 911. But what would I say? There's a guy outside who might not be a delivery driver. It didn't feel like enough, even though my gut was screaming that something was very, very wrong. I opened my phone camera and turned it to the window, but I was too scared to lift it up. I didn't want him to see me looking. Then I heard the back gate creak open. That gate only leads to the tiny yard behind my apartment. It's locked from the outside, but the wood is rotted enough that someone could easily reach over and unlatch it. I froze. My back door was glass, a sliding one, and I had left the curtain halfway open. I crawled again, this time to the kitchen, where I had a better angle. Sure enough, I could see the top of someone's head moving slowly along the fence. He was back there. I grabbed the nearest thing I could find, a cast iron skillet, and stood there like an idiot, holding it with both hands, heart pounding so loud I could barely think. Then, thank God, my neighbor's dog started barking. Loud, non-stop. The guy froze. I saw him duck slightly, then back away from the fence and vanish from view. A few seconds later, I heard hurried footsteps running down the gravel path and fading away. I waited another 5 minutes before I even dared move. When I finally looked through the blinds again, he was gone. No sign of him. No truck. No vest. Just an empty yard and a creeping dread I couldn't shake. That night, I barely slept. I kept every light on, a kitchen knife on the nightstand, and my phone fully charged by my side. Around 7 a.m., I called the non-emergency police line and reported what happened. The woman on the phone was polite, but didn't sound particularly alarmed. She said they'd send someone to check the area and asked if I had any footage. Of course I didn't. No doorbell cam, and I'd been too afraid to film. She said I should call again if he returned and maybe talk to my leasing office about more security. That was it. Just like that. I hung up feeling like I'd overreacted, but at the same time, I knew I hadn't. Later that day, I went to the leasing office myself. I asked if any deliveries had been scheduled or if they had record of a courier service coming by. The manager, a guy named Carlos, looked confused. He said no packages had been logged for me, and no one else had mentioned a missed delivery. I described the man, and Carlos shook his head slowly. "Doesn't sound like any of the regulars," he said. "They all wear ID tags and use the call box." He looked genuinely concerned. He even walked me back to my unit and checked the back gate with me. The latch had been bent slightly, as if someone had tried forcing it open. I bought a camera the next day. One of those motion sensor kinds that alerts your phone when someone's near your door. I haven't had any issues since, but I jump every time it buzzes. I also added a second lock to the back sliding door and keep a heavy flashlight by the window. I hate that I feel paranoid now, like I lost something. Before this, I used to feel safe here. It was my space, my quiet. Now, even when it's calm outside, I find myself staring out the blinds, watching for that vest, that clipboard, that forced smile. I still don't know what he really wanted, or how far he would have gone if I'd opened the door just a little wider. To this day, I still don't know how he got my number. That's what haunts me the most. My name's not listed anywhere public, and I didn't have any packages on the way. The voicemail was real. He used my name. He knew my apartment number, and yet, nothing ever showed up. No follow-up, no explanation. Just that one day, that one knock, and that awful feeling that if I hadn't trusted my gut, I might not be here writing this. I keep wondering how many other people get voicemails like that. How many open the door? How many don't get the chance to post about it afterward? I'm not really one to post stuff online like this, but after what happened last week, I haven't been able to sleep properly, and I figured maybe writing it down might help me process it a little. I'm 40, recently divorced. No kids. I live alone in a quiet suburb outside of St. Louis, Missouri. Nothing ever really happens around here, which is probably why this whole thing shook me so hard. I've been trying to sell my house, downsizing, you know, and I'd finally listed it online about 10 days ago. Took all the standard pictures: living room, kitchen, backyard, even the front porch with the little red chair I always forget to bring in when it rains. It was just a typical Zillow post, nothing weird, or at least that's what I thought. About 4 days after the listing went live, I got a knock at the door around 2:15 in the afternoon. I was working from home, just me and my laptop at the kitchen table, when I heard it. Not a loud knock, just kind of a soft, quick double tap. I opened the door, and there was this guy in a dark green polo shirt with a logo I didn't recognize, holding one of those clear plastic florist boxes. He had a delivery tablet in his hand and a Bluetooth earpiece tucked under a baseball cap. Late 30s, maybe early 40s. Tall, with sun-damaged skin and a patchy beard. He gave me this awkward smile and said, "Sorry, looks like this was ordered by mistake. Name doesn't match the system," but I was already on the way. I didn't know what to say. I hadn't ordered flowers, but he seemed calm and professional, so I just thanked him and took the box. I figured someone maybe put the wrong address. Honest mistake, right? The flower arrangement wasn't anything fancy. A mix of red and yellow tulips, slightly wilted with no note. It did strike me as odd that the stems looked freshly trimmed, but the water in the vase smelled off, kind of metallic. I tossed it on the dining room table and forgot about it, assuming the sender would realize their mistake and come back for it, or just let it go. That evening, I went about my routine. Dinner, some TV, and checked the house listing again to see how many views it had. I remember pausing for a second when I noticed a new message in my inbox asking about the basement access. Thing is, I never included a photo of the basement. Not because I was hiding anything, I just hadn't gotten around to cleaning it, and the doors usually closed. The question felt weirdly specific. I replied with a vague answer and brushed it off. That night, around 1:45 a.m., I was woken up by a faint click-click sound. At first I thought it was the heater kicking on, but then I heard what sounded like gravel shifting. I got up, rubbed my eyes, and pulled up the live feed from my Ring camera, which points out to the driveway. And there he was. The same guy from earlier. The delivery driver. Except now he was wearing a dark hoodie and standing next to a beat-up white van parked just outside the view of my motion sensor lights. He wasn't at my door this time. He was walking slowly along the side of my house, dragging his hand across the siding like he was counting windows or measuring something. My stomach dropped. I've never had that kind of adrenaline rush before, where you go cold and hot at the same time. I didn't want to make any sudden moves, so I just stood there in the dark of my bedroom watching the screen, barely breathing. He paced for a minute or two, then disappeared from the frame. I switched to the backyard cam, nothing there. Then I heard the soft creak of the gate. Mine always makes that sound when someone opens it slowly, trying not to be heard. That's when I called 911. I whispered, trying not to panic, telling them someone was on my property. The dispatcher told me to stay on the line and wait somewhere safe. I grabbed my phone, a flashlight, and the small bat I keep next to the bed. Not for this kind of thing, but for raccoons that occasionally mess with the trash. By the time the police showed up, less than 10 minutes later, the guy and the van were gone. They checked around, didn't find any signs of forced entry, and told me to call again if anything else happened. One of the officers asked if I knew the man. I told him about the flower delivery earlier, and that's when things got weird. The cop paused and asked if I'd kept the flowers. I showed him the box still sitting on the dining room table. He didn't touch it, just kind of looked at it for a long time and asked if I had taken any photos. I hadn't, but I offered to send him the ring footage. Before they left, one of them quietly advised me to leave my lights on that night and lock every window, even the high ones. That advice stuck with me. The next morning I got a call from the officer I spoke with. Detective Marks, I think his name was. He told me they'd run the plates on the van. It was registered to a small moving company in another state, but the address was bogus. Apparently, there had been similar reports in nearby neighborhoods over the last 2 months. People receiving strange deliveries shortly after listing their homes for sale. In 2 of those cases, there had been attempted break-ins days later, and one of them had escalated into something a lot worse. Home invasion, armed robbery. The flowers, they said, were likely just a prop, a way to confirm someone was home, maybe to scope the layout from inside. That's when it hit me. He wasn't delivering anything. He was testing me. I couldn't stop replaying everything in my head. How long had he been watching the house? Had he picked it from the photos I uploaded? I remembered how, in one of the shots, you could see a corner of my alarm keypad just barely peeking into frame. I'd thought nothing of it at the time. But now, I was paranoid. Every creak in the floor, every flicker outside the window set me on edge. I canceled all showings for the week. I pulled the listing offline completely. I even slept on the couch a few nights with the porch light on and my shoes by the door, just in case I had to run. That kind of fear changes how you move through your own home. I didn't feel safe there anymore, even though technically nothing had happened. But almost was enough. 3 days went by without anything unusual, but I was still on edge. I kept checking my cameras constantly, barely slept, and didn't leave the house unless it was broad daylight. On the 4th night, just as I started thinking maybe it was over, my phone pinged with a motion alert at 3:08 a.m. My heart jumped into my throat. I tapped the notification, and there it was again. The same van, same guy, parked across the street this time, just sitting there. No movement, no lights, just idling. He stayed there for maybe 5 minutes, then drove off slowly, turning the corner like he was trying not to wake the neighborhood. I reported it, of course, but without a license plate or crime in progress, the cops couldn't do much. One of them even hinted that it might have been a scare tactic, a way to rattle me. That was the last time I saw him. I don't know why he gave up. Maybe the extra police presence scared him off. Or maybe he figured the risk wasn't worth it. Either way, I wasn't willing to wait around for another surprise visit. I ended up moving in temporarily with my brother across town and hired a professional security company to check my place and install better surveillance. They found a small black screw-in camera wedged behind the porch light fixture. Something subtle, almost impossible to notice unless you were looking for it. That detail broke me. He'd been planning something, and I have no idea for how long. I never went back to that house alone again. A few weeks later, I sold it through a realtor. No photos online this time. Just private showings with background-checked buyers. And I didn't spend another night under that roof. The weirdest part is, I still don't really know what was going to happen. He didn't break in. He didn't steal anything. But I know in my gut that it was going somewhere much darker. Maybe I interrupted his timing, or maybe the police showing up ruined his plan. Either way, it felt like a warning shot, like I was being tested for something worse. That fear never fully left. If you're reading this and thinking about selling your house, be careful. I don't mean to scare anyone, but double-check the photos you upload. Crop out your alarm panels, your floor plans, anything that might give away more than you realize. Lock your windows, even the ones you think no one can reach. And if someone shows up with a delivery you didn't order, especially flowers, don't just assume it's a mistake. I used to think stuff like this only happened in big cities or on the news. But it happened to me, in a quiet neighborhood, on a random Tuesday. And I still don't have all the answers. but at least I'm still here to ask the questions. I'm not exactly the type to post stuff like this, but I haven't been able to shake what happened to me and my fiancée last winter. My name's Rachel. I was 27 at the time, and this happened just after the new year, January 4th to be exact. We'd booked a 3-day stay at a small rental cabin about 40 minutes outside of Brainerd, Minnesota. It was supposed to be a quiet getaway from work and wedding planning. Just me and Tyler, my fiancé. I work as a graphic designer from home, and Tyler's a middle school teacher. We're both used to noise and schedules, so the idea of a peaceful cabin in the snow, with no one around for miles, sounded like heaven. The cabin was listed as Rustic Pines on the rental site. It was cute. 1-story dark wood siding, a stone chimney, and floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out into a thick wall of forest. The road to get there was narrow and mostly gravel, winding up through trees that had turned into giant icicles. When we arrived, there was already about a foot of snow on the ground, and the forecast said a storm was coming that night. No big deal, we were stocked with food, wine, firewood, and the kind of books you only read when you're far away from cell service. The Wi-Fi was spotty, which was honestly part of the charm. We spent the first night playing cards and listening to the wind howl outside. The weirdness started the next morning around 11 a.m. The snow had picked up overnight, and it was now coming down in thick sheets. Tyler was making coffee while I was still wrapped in a blanket on the couch, scrolling through photos I'd taken of the forest. Then came the knock. It was loud, way too loud for a light wooden door, and it made me jump. Tyler looked at me, eyebrows raised like, "You expecting someone?" I shook my head, obviously not. No one was supposed to be out here. We hadn't even seen another vehicle since we turned off the highway. He went to the door and peeked through the curtain. Then he kind of froze. Standing on the small porch was a man in a brown insulated jacket, holding a clipboard and wearing one of those neon yellow beanies. Behind him, idling in the snow-covered driveway, was a white delivery truck, not a branded one, just plain white with some snow crusted along the sides. Tyler opened the door just a crack, and the guy smiled, but something about it felt tight, forced. He said something like, "Hey there, sorry to bother you folks, but I've got a drop-off for this address. Some perishable items. GPS probably messed up. Happens all the time out here." Hey. Tyler told him we hadn't ordered anything, but the guy insisted he had our location on the manifest. His voice had this weird cheeriness to it, like a customer service rep who's about to lose it. Tyler asked what name the order was under, and the guy looked at the clipboard, squinted, then mumbled something like Kensley or Kessler. It didn't even sound close to our names. Tyler told him again that we hadn't ordered anything, and the man just gave a shrug like, "Ah well, must be a mistake." But instead of heading back to his truck, he stayed there, just lingered. He stood on the porch for a moment too long, eyes drifting past Tyler and scanning the inside of the cabin behind him. Then, without another word, he turned and walked slowly back to the truck. We expected him to drive off. Instead, he climbed into the cab and just sat there, engine running, staring directly at the house. I tried to laugh it off at first, saying maybe he was checking directions or waiting for a call from his dispatcher. But after 10-15 minutes of him not moving, not even pretending to organize packages or turn around, the vibe shifted from strange to downright unsettling. He wasn't even pretending to look at a GPS anymore. He was looking straight at the front window. And I don't mean casually. I mean staring. Tyler pulled the curtain halfway shut and said, "Okay, this is getting weird." That's when I started feeling it too, that crawling sense that something was wrong, but you can't explain why. I kept trying to tell myself he was just some confused delivery guy, probably annoyed about being out in the middle of nowhere during a snowstorm. But then, why didn't he leave? We decided to call the rental owner just to be safe. The number was in the welcome folder on the kitchen counter. Tyler got through on the first try, and I could hear the voice on speaker. Her name was Diana, probably in her 60s, super friendly when we checked in. But as soon as Tyler explained what was going on, her tone changed. She asked us to describe the truck and the man. After we did, there was this long pause. Then she said, "That doesn't make sense. No one should be on that road today. The only access point was shut down early this morning by county plows. You shouldn't have any visitors. Especially not deliveries." I remember the way she said that, especially not deliveries. Like she knew something she wasn't telling us. I got this pit in my stomach, like the floor dropped out beneath me. I looked back toward the window. The truck was still there, unmoving, but now the driver's side door was cracked open. I could see the man's boot hanging out slightly, like he was preparing to get out again. Diana told us to lock the doors and stay inside. She said she was calling the sheriff's office, but the storm had knocked out the direct lines, and it might take a while to get a response. "Whatever you do," she said, "don't open the door again." And then the call cut out. Just like that. No warning. 1 second we were talking, the next, dead silence. I looked at Tyler, and for the first time he looked scared. At that point, we backed away from the front of the cabin and killed all the lights. The living room, which had felt so cozy the night before, suddenly felt way too exposed. Those big windows that had given us such a beautiful view of the woods now felt like a spotlight aimed directly at us. We crawled into the hallway by the bedroom and just sat there listening. The only sounds were the faint hum of the truck engine and the wind hammering against the siding. Every few minutes I'd peek through the curtain, just enough to see. The truck hadn't moved, but the driver's door was still open. And I swear, I saw him standing just outside of it, like he was trying to decide what to do next. About 20 minutes passed like that. Then we heard it, crunching snow. Footsteps. Not heavy like someone stomping, but deliberate. Slow. Like whoever it was didn't want to be heard, but couldn't help the sound of ice breaking under each step. Tyler grabbed the fire poker from beside the wood stove and stood by the door. I was in the bedroom, hiding behind the dresser, heart in my throat, phone clutched in both hands, refreshing the screen over and over, praying the bars would come back. Then a knock. Not on the front door this time. On the back. The side of the house that faced the woods. There were no lights back there, no porch, no reason for anyone to be near that door. We didn't move, didn't breathe. Another knock, slower this time. Then a voice, "Hey, I think I might have the wrong address after all. Mind if I come in to warm up a sec?" It was the same guy, same tone. But the weird thing is, it didn't sound like it was right outside the door. It sounded closer, almost like it was coming from the wall, or through the wall. I've never had that happen before, where my ears couldn't place where a sound was coming from, but it made my skin crawl. Tyler didn't respond. We just stayed frozen there for what felt like forever. Eventually, the voice stopped. No more knocking, no more footsteps. Just the sound of the wind again. It wasn't until almost an hour later that we realized the truck was gone. No engine, no lights, no tire tracks even. Just snow. Like it had never been there. The sheriff finally showed up late that night, after the worst of the storm had passed. He took our statement and stayed with us while we packed up. We drove back to town with him, following close behind. He said there were no reports of any delivery trucks in the area, and the only road in had been blocked by a snowdrift since early morning. I don't know what that man wanted, or how he even got up there, but I've never felt fear like that before, and I'll never stay in a remote cabin during a storm again, ever. I'm 32 now, but this happened just over a year ago in the spring. I live alone in a quiet, tree-lined neighborhood in the suburbs of Maryland. It's one of those places where people still wave when they pass your driveway. And the loudest thing at night is usually some raccoon tipping over a trash can. I'd been working from home for a couple of years, freelancing as a designer, so I kept a pretty predictable routine. Coffee by 8, emails by 9, walk around the block after lunch. Nothing ever really happened around here. That day had started just like any other, until it didn't. It was around 2:30 in the afternoon, and I just wrapped up a client call. I remember because I had muted the TV, which was playing some documentary in the background, and was just about to reheat some leftover pad thai when I heard the doorbell. It startled me a bit, not because it was loud, but because it was unexpected. I wasn't waiting on anything. I looked out the peephole and saw a man in a dark green jacket and a gray baseball cap holding what looked like a little handheld scanner. He had a clipboard tucked under his arm and wore a lanyard with some faded logo I didn't recognize. Looked like a delivery guy, but not from any company I knew. When I cracked the door open, he gave me a polite smile. Not too friendly, not weird either. He had that kind of face you forget as soon as you look away. Early 40s, clean-shaven, average height, a little hunched like he was used to carrying boxes all day. He told me there had been a mix-up with a package. Apparently one that was supposed to come to my address had been delivered next door by mistake, and he just needed my signature to confirm they'd handed it over properly. I remember glancing toward the house next door, which belonged to an older couple who were always out during the day. Their driveway was empty, like always. I hesitated for a second, but it didn't seem that strange. I stepped out, barefoot, and followed him just a few steps toward the sidewalk where he pointed. He was holding out the clipboard, and while I was signing, still trying to figure out what kind of company he worked for, I heard a bird flap loudly behind me and turned instinctively. Just a crow on the power line. I signed the form, or whatever it was, honestly I didn't even read it, and turned back to my front door maybe a minute later. That's when I felt it first. This weird shift in the air, like something was off. I didn't see anything unusual at first glance, but when I reached the front door and pushed it open, I felt a rush of cold air sweep past me. From the back of the house. I froze. The back door, the one that led to the patio, was wide open. At first I just stood there, staring at the open back door like maybe there was some logical explanation. I never leave it unlocked, let alone wide open. It has one of those heavy sliding locks that you actually have to tug pretty hard to open. I remember locking it that morning like I always do, right after my walk. I took a few cautious steps inside, calling out softly, "Hello?" which felt dumb the second it left my mouth. It's not like anyone would answer, but I needed to hear something. Anything. The house was dead silent, except for the low hum of the fridge in the kitchen and the faint ticking of the clock above the sink. I grabbed the closest thing to a weapon I could find, a heavy ceramic mug from the dish rack, and moved through the living room, checking every corner like I was in some low-budget horror movie. Closet doors, the hallway, the laundry room, all empty. But my heart was beating so loud I could barely hear myself think. I felt this overwhelming sense that I was just missing something. Like someone had been there, maybe even still was there, hiding just out of reach. I didn't want to go into the bedroom, but I forced myself. Threw the door open fast. Empty. The bathroom too. No signs of a struggle. Nothing taken. Just that open door, like a gaping mouth waiting for me to notice it. I ended up calling the non-emergency police line, mostly because I couldn't bring myself to dial 911 without sounding insane. They came about 20 minutes later. 2 officers, one older and calm, the other younger and a little skeptical. They checked the house again, asked if I noticed anything missing, any signs of forced entry. I told them about the man at the door, how he claimed to be a delivery guy, how he got me to step outside. The younger cop raised his eyebrows when I mentioned the clipboard. "Did he actually show you any ID?" he asked. I hadn't even thought of that. The guy had a lanyard, sure, but no badge, no logo I could remember. And that form I signed? He took it with him. I felt sick when they asked if I had any cameras, and I remembered I had a basic security cam above the back patio. I barely used it. It was more for peace of mind than anything, but it was hooked up to an app on my phone. I pulled it up, hands trembling, and fast-forwarded to the time I was outside. And there he was. The delivery guy, distracting me at the front. But then, about 15 seconds after I stepped outside, the footage showed something else. A second man. Tall, wearing a black hoodie, jeans, a white surgical mask. He appeared from the side yard, crouched low, and slipped through the back door like he'd done it 100 times before. No hesitation, no noise. Like a damn shadow. Watching that footage felt like my stomach had dropped straight through the floor. The way that second guy moved, it wasn't frantic or rushed. It was like he knew the layout of my place, like he knew exactly how long he had. He didn't look around nervously, didn't waste time. He stepped inside, vanished from the frame, and reappeared about a minute and a half later, slipping out the same way he came in. Empty-handed. I kept rewinding and replaying that part, trying to catch some detail I missed. Maybe he dropped something, maybe he left something. But no, nothing. It was like he just scoped the place, then left. And I had been standing 20 feet away the whole time. The officers took the footage, filed a report, and said they'd keep an eye out for anyone matching the descriptions. But they also told me, gently, like they were trying not to freak me out, that sometimes these guys do dry runs before coming back later. Test how easy it is to get someone outside. See how long it takes for them to check the house. I didn't sleep that night. Not really. Every little creak in the walls sounded like footsteps. I left every light on. Even pushed my dresser in front of the back door like that would help. I kept going back to that weird clipboard, wondering what the hell I even signed. If it was real, or just some decoy to keep me distracted for exactly 2 minutes. The next few days were a blur of anxiety. I got a better lock installed, added cameras to the front, even bought one of those motion alarms that sends alerts to your phone. I told my neighbors, especially the older couple next door, and to my surprise, the woman said something that made my skin crawl. Apparently, around the same time the week before, she had a knock at the door too. A man claiming to be from a cable company, asking if she had noticed any signal issues in the area. She said he was friendly, maybe a bit too friendly, but she'd been on the phone with her son and didn't go outside. He left after a minute. She didn't think much of it, until I brought it up. The police never found the guys. Nothing ever turned up on the footage from other houses. No one else reported anything stolen or suspicious. It's like they just vanished. But something about how calculated it all was still keeps me up some nights. They didn't come to rob me, not that time at least. They came to see how easy it would be, how far I'd go before I noticed. And the worst part is, I helped them do it. I stepped right outside, gave them my blind spot, handed them the opportunity on a silver platter. I think about that every time someone knocks now. Every time a package shows up without warning. I don't answer the door anymore, not without checking every single camera. A couple of weeks later, I ended up buying a big dog from a local rescue. A German Shepherd mix named Daisy. Sweet with me, but with a bark like thunder anytime someone gets too close to the house. I also installed a reinforced steel bar on the back door, upgraded all the windows with locks that can't be popped from the outside, and set the cameras to ping my phone the second someone steps on the porch. It sounds extreme, I know, but I don't think people realize how fast things can happen. How something that feels like a normal weekday afternoon can turn into the moment your sense of safety gets completely shattered. To this day, I don't know what their real plan was. Maybe it was just a test run for a burglary. Maybe they were hoping I'd leave my phone on the table and take longer outside. Or maybe it was something worse, something I don't even want to put into words. What I do know is that they picked me because I looked like an easy target. Quiet neighborhood, woman living alone, no dog, no alarm system. I checked every one of those boxes. But now I keep the doors locked even when I'm inside. Now I treat every knock like it could be something more. I shared this story because I genuinely think people don't take this kind of thing seriously until it happens to them. We assume danger is obvious, that it comes with a mask and a weapon and a loud noise. But sometimes it wears a baseball cap and holds a clipboard, smiling just enough to make you drop your guard. It's not about being paranoid. It's about being aware. If you ever feel something's off, trust that instinct. If I had waited even a second longer to come back inside, I don't know. Maybe this story would have a very different ending. Anyway, that's it. I'm okay now, but I'm not the same person I was before it happened. And honestly, I think that's a good thing. Stay safe out there, and don't ever step outside without looking over your shoulder. I'm not really the type of person who posts in forums like this, but what happened last month has been eating at me. My name's Derek. I'm 41, divorced, and live with my 12-year-old daughter, Ellie, in a modest two-bedroom house in a quiet cul-de-sac just outside Portland. I work remotely as a project coordinator for a software company, which basically means I'm glued to my laptop from 9 to 5. Ellie's usually at school during the day, and things around here are usually uneventful, boring even. That Wednesday started like any other. I was on my second cup of coffee, still wearing sweatpants, answering emails, when I heard a knock at the front door. Not the doorbell. A knock. Firm, deliberate, and too rhythmic to be random. I opened the door to find a man standing there in a neon orange vest, clipboard in hand. He had this weirdly clean look, like he had just changed into fresh clothes for the role. Khakis with no wrinkles, polished work boots that looked barely worn, and a laminated ID badge clipped to his vest, swinging slightly in the wind. His hair was jet black, neatly parted, and he had a calm, almost bored expression, like he was on his 100th house that day. He said he was doing routine delivery confirmation checks for the property management company. Claimed they were following up on recent package thefts in the neighborhood. It sounded kind of legit at first, until he asked how many people lived in the house. That question threw me off. I asked him why that mattered, and he gave a vague answer about cross-verifying delivery routes. Something about optimizing drop-off protocols. I didn't want to be rude, but something about him made my skin crawl. His eyes never quite matched his smile, and he kept glancing toward the side of the house like he was trying to memorize something. Still, I didn't want to assume anything, so I answered vaguely, "Just me and my kid." He made a note on his clipboard, not a check mark, a note. Then he asked if I had a back gate or any outdoor cameras. That's when the warning bells really started going off in my head. I told him I had cameras, which was a lie, and said I'd need to verify everything he was saying with the property manager. His demeanor shifted. Barely. But I noticed it. His jaw clenched for a split second, and he tucked his clipboard a little tighter under his arm. Then, like flipping a switch, he smiled again and said, "No problem at all. Have a good one," and started walking toward the street. But he didn't head straight to a car. He walked around the side of my property, pretending to jot something down, glancing up at the windows. I shut the door and locked it, then immediately called the property management office. And that's when the real anxiety kicked in, because the woman on the phone told me they hadn't sent anyone out. No inspections, no safety checks, no clipboard guy. I hung up the phone and just stood there in my living room, feeling this awful tightness in my chest. You know when your gut tells you something's wrong and your brain tries to rationalize it away? That was me, pacing around the house, checking the locks, peeking through blinds. The guy was gone by then, vanished down the street, no car in sight. I even stepped outside to look around, but it was like he'd just disappeared. I reported it to the non-emergency line, and they said they'd send someone out later to take a statement. Meanwhile, I couldn't focus on work. Every little noise, branches tapping the window, a squirrel on the roof, had me on edge. I didn't tell Ellie. I didn't want to scare her. But that night I pushed a chair under the front doorknob like it was some 90s movie and left a light on in the hallway. The officer didn't show up until that evening. He was polite but didn't seem all that concerned. Took my statement, asked a few questions, and said it was probably someone posing as a contractor to scout for package theft. Apparently that happens a lot. He said I did the right thing not giving too much info and to keep an eye out, but that didn't help me sleep any better. I kept replaying that man's face in my head. The way he scanned the side of the house, the way he didn't knock or ring the bell again, just vanished after I called the office. I ordered fake security cameras online that night, ones with blinking red lights, just to give the illusion we had surveillance. Looking back, it feels so stupid that I didn't call the actual police right away. 2 nights later, around 2:40 in the morning, I woke up to a sound I still can't fully describe. It wasn't loud, but it was deliberate. This slow sliding sound followed by a metallic clunk. At first I thought maybe it was Ellie going to the kitchen for water. But when I sat up, I realized it was coming from the back of the house, the sliding glass door in the dining room. My heart started racing before my feet even touched the floor. I crept out of bed, every floorboard sounding like thunder under my weight. The house was pitch dark except for the small nightlight in the hallway. As I rounded the corner, I saw the silhouette of someone crouched outside by the glass, fiddling with the lock. I froze. There was no mistaking it. Someone was trying to get in. They had something in their hand, I think a screwdriver or a crowbar. I backed up slowly, then sprinted to my room and locked the door behind me. I called 911, whispering the whole time, afraid they'd hear me through the glass. Ellie was still asleep, thank God. The dispatcher kept me calm, told me officers were on the way. I sat there in my room, clutching a baseball bat I kept in the closet, staring at the door, listening for any movement. I didn't hear the glass break, which felt even worse, like they were being careful, calculated. Then came the sound of footsteps running across the deck, fading into the distance. The cops showed up about 10 minutes later, but of course, the guy was long gone. They checked the backyard, looked at the lock on the sliding door. He had almost popped it. The officer said whoever it was knew what they were doing. No fingerprints, no tool left behind, nothing helpful. I gave them the full story this time, including the clipboard guy. That got their attention. One of the officers mentioned they'd heard about similar cases, people pretending to be with utility companies or delivery services, casing homes for days before attempting break-ins. That didn't make me feel any better. In fact, it made it worse. It meant this wasn't random. We were being watched. I asked Ellie the next morning if she remembered hearing anything during the night, but she shook her head and just asked why I looked so tired. I lied again, told her I had a bad dream. I didn't want her scared to live in her own house, but after that night, I couldn't relax. I installed real cameras, front, back, and one in the hallway. I upgraded the locks, put motion lights in the yard, even got a security system with an app that alerts me instantly. I started walking Ellie to and from school, even though she thought I was being overprotective. Maybe I was. But once you feel that kind of violation, knowing someone was standing just inches from your sleeping child, you can't go back to normal. For weeks, I jumped at every noise. I kept the bat next to my bed and barely slept, but whoever it was never came back. The police filed it as an attempted burglary with suspicious prior contact, but nothing ever came of it. No arrests, no suspects. The guy in the orange vest never showed up on any neighbor's cameras, which makes me think he knew how to avoid them. Or maybe he'd done this kind of thing before. The notepad, the questions, even the clean boots. It was all part of the act. He was playing a role, and he was good at it. I still think about what could have happened if I hadn't woken up that night. If the door had been unlocked. If Ellie had gotten up for water and walked right into him. That's the part that keeps me up. The what-ifs. I don't know who he was or what his exact plan was, but I'm sure of one thing. The clipboard was never about deliveries. It was a prop, and that knock on the door wasn't a routine check. It was the start of something a lot darker. I'm just grateful we caught it in time. But I still check every lock twice before bed. And I don't answer the door unless I'm expecting someone.
Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. And leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. The day we moved into our apartment in Columbus, Ohio, I was carrying boxes up the stairs when I first met Diane. She must have been in her early 50s, with dyed auburn hair that had gray roots showing, and she wore this oversized cardigan even though it was nearly 80 degrees outside. She stood in her doorway watching us haul furniture, and when my girlfriend Amy and I passed by with our couch, she stepped out with a plate of cookies. "Welcome to the building," she said, her voice raspy like she'd been smoking for decades. The cookies were store-bought, still in the plastic tray, but she'd arranged them on a ceramic plate with little painted roses around the edges. I remember thinking it was sweet, this older woman living alone trying to make us feel welcome. She told us she'd lived there for 12 years, knew everyone in the building, and if we ever needed anything, her door was always open. Within the first week, Diane knocked on our door at least once a day. First, she needed help reaching something on a high shelf. Then her TV remote wasn't working and she couldn't figure out why. After that, her cat Mr. Whiskers had hidden under the bed, and she couldn't coax him out. Amy and I didn't mind at first. We were both 26, healthy, and honestly, we felt bad for her. She mentioned her daughter lived in California and rarely visited, and her son had died in a motorcycle accident 5 years ago. The photos in her apartment showed a younger Diane with 2 kids at various ages, but the pictures stopped abruptly around 2010. Her place smelled like cat litter, and those plug-in air fresheners that try to smell like ocean breeze but end up smelling like chemicals. Every surface had some kind of doily or knitted cover, and she had this collection of porcelain angels that covered an entire bookshelf where books should have been. About 3 weeks after we'd settled in, the requests started getting bigger. Diane needed a ride to the grocery store because her car was in the shop. Then she needed a ride to the pharmacy, then to her doctor's appointment across town during my lunch break. She always caught me right when I was leaving for work, standing in her doorway in that same cardigan, clutching her purse with both hands. "I hate to be a bother," she'd say. But her timing was never coincidental. She knew our schedules by then. When we left for work, when we came home, when we did laundry on Sunday afternoons. Amy started taking the back stairs to avoid her, but I felt too guilty. One morning, she asked if I could loan her $40 for her prescription copay, promising to pay me back when her Social Security check came in. Then it was $60 for groceries, then $100 for part of her rent because there was some mix-up with her bank. The other tenants started warning us about her around the second month. Gerald from 3B pulled me aside in the laundry room one evening while I was waiting for the dryer to finish. He was a tall, thin man who worked night shifts at the hospital, and he usually kept to himself. "She got to you too, huh?" he said, not really asking. He told me Diane had done the same thing to the previous tenants in our apartment. A young couple just like us who'd lasted 8 months before breaking their lease early. The couple before them made it 6 months. Gerald had been there 4 years and learned to just not answer his door. But he said Diane had this way of making you feel like a monster if you didn't help her. "She knows exactly what she's doing," he said, folding his scrubs with precise angry movements. "She picks the young ones, the nice ones, the ones who were raised to respect their elders." He said she'd borrowed nearly $300 from the previous couple and never paid them back, always having some excuse about waiting for insurance money or a pension check that never seemed to arrive. Amy wanted us to start saying no after that conversation with Gerald, and we tried. The next morning when Diane knocked, we didn't answer. She knocked again, harder, then again. "I know you're in there," she called through the door, her voice different than usual, sharper with an edge I hadn't heard before. "I can hear you moving around. I just need a quick ride to the bank." We stayed quiet, barely breathing, and eventually she left. But that evening when we came home from work, she was sitting on the stairs by our door, that cardigan pulled tight around her shoulders. She looked up at us with watery eyes and said her cat was sick and she couldn't afford the vet bill. She actually had tears rolling down her cheeks, and her hands trembled as she dabbed at them with a tissue. Amy walked past her without a word, but I stopped. I couldn't help it, Mr. Whiskers had seemed fine when I'd seen him the week before, but what if he really was sick? What if this one time she actually needed help? I gave her $80 that night for the vet, and Amy barely spoke to me afterward. She said I was enabling her, that Diane was playing me like a fiddle, and she was probably right. But here's the thing about manipulation. Even when you know it's happening, even when you can see all the strings being pulled, sometimes you still can't stop yourself from dancing to the tune. Diane had this gift for making her problems feel urgent, immediate, like catastrophes that only you could solve. She'd stand there with her shoulders hunched, looking small and fragile, and you'd forget about all the money she already owed you. You'd forget about Gerald's warnings. You'd forget about the way she timed her emergencies for maximum impact. 2 days later, I saw Mr. Whiskers lounging in her window, perfectly healthy, grooming himself in the afternoon sun. When I mentioned it to Diane, she said the medication worked miracles, but she couldn't quite meet my eyes when she said it. Things escalated during month 3. Diane started showing up at odd hours with increasingly dramatic stories. Her nephew in Michigan needed emergency surgery, and she had to wire money immediately. Her ex-husband was threatening to take her to court over some old debt. The apartment management was saying she was behind on rent and would be evicted by Friday if she didn't pay. Each crisis required $200, $300, sometimes $500. I'd already given her close to $600 by then, and Amy had reached her breaking point. We had a massive fight about it one night, the kind where you say things you can't take back. She accused me of caring more about a manipulative old woman than our own relationship, our own financial goals. We were supposed to be saving for a house, planning our future together, and here I was hemorrhaging money to someone who saw me as nothing but an ATM with a guilty conscience. Amy slept on the couch that night, and I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, wondering how I'd let it get this bad. The next morning was a Saturday in late September, one of those perfect fall days where the air feels clean and sharp. I was making coffee when I heard Diane's voice through the wall. She was on the phone, and she was laughing. Not the fragile, desperate voice she used with us, but full-throated, genuine laughter. No, the kids next door are good for it," I heard her say clearly. "Young professionals, you know the type. They can't stand to see an old lady struggle." She laughed again, and I heard her mention something about having enough for the cruise deposit. Amy was standing behind me by then, and we both listened as Diane went on about her plans, about how she'd figured out the perfect system. She said she kept a notebook tracking what she'd told to whom, making sure her stories didn't overlap. She mentioned us by our apartment number, not our names, like we were just entries in a ledger. That's when Amy grabbed her phone and started recording, holding it up to the wall to catch Diane's voice. We stopped answering Diane's knocks after that. We'd hear her outside our door, sometimes for 20 or 30 minutes at a time, knocking with increasing aggression. She'd slip notes under the door, long, rambling letters about how we were heartless, how she thought we were different, how she'd be on the street because of us. One note mentioned that she knew where we worked, knew our car, knew our family's names from the mail she'd seen. It wasn't quite a threat, but it wasn't not a threat either. Gerald told us she'd done similar things to the others who'd cut her off, and that eventually she'd move on to newer tenants. Sure enough, when a young woman named Beth moved into 4A 2 weeks later, we watched Diane shift her attention like a predator choosing easier prey. We tried to warn Beth, but Diane had already gotten to her with stories about how the other tenants were jealous of her, how they spread lies because they didn't like old people. Beth looked at us with suspicion when we tried to explain, and I could see in her eyes that Diane had already won the first round. October turned into November, and we'd developed a routine of avoidance. We knew Diane's patterns. When she went to get her mail, when she sat in the lobby, when she prowled the hallways looking for someone to corner. The building felt different now, charged with a constant low-level anxiety. Other tenants had similar stories. The Nguyens in 2C said she'd gotten 400 from them before they caught on, and the old man in 1A just laughed bitterly when her name came up. But we all stayed because leases are hard to break and moving is expensive, and somehow we'd all convinced ourselves that we could outlast her. Then came that night in mid-November, a Thursday around 11 p.m. I was brushing my teeth when I heard the sirens, distant at first but getting louder, closer until they were right outside our building. Blue and red lights flashed through the bathroom window, painting the walls in alternating colors. Amy and I went to the living room window and saw 3 police cars, then 4, then an ambulance. The hallway filled with neighbors, everyone in various states of undress, pajamas, robes, hastily thrown on sweatshirts. We all watched as 2 officers knocked on Diane's door, then knocked harder, then announced themselves as police. When she finally opened it, she was in that same cardigan, but her face was different, blank, almost serene. They told her she needed to come with them for questioning, and she just nodded like she'd been expecting it. As they led her past us, she looked at each neighbor with this strange, distant expression, like we were strangers she'd never seen before. Gerald was standing next to me, and he whispered that her brother in Portland had been found dead 2 days ago under suspicious circumstances. The word poisoning floated through the crowd of neighbors, along with insurance money and power of attorney. Someone mentioned that Diane had visited him last month, the first time in years, right after he'd been diagnosed with cancer. The detective who came to question us the next day wouldn't confirm details, but he asked a lot of questions about Diane's financial situation, her requests for money, her stories about family members. We never saw Diane again after that night. Her apartment was cleaned out a week later by people in hazmat suits. Apparently, the conditions inside were worse than any of us had imagined. The smell that leaked out when they opened the door was indescribable, and they found dozens of those notebooks she'd mentioned, filled with detailed records of her interactions with tenants going back years. My name was in there, along with notes about my weakness for sob stories and Catholic guilt, very useful. Amy found her name too, marked as tougher. Work around her. The building management told us later that she'd never actually been behind on rent. She had plenty of money in her accounts. The requests for cash, the desperate stories, the tears, it had all been some kind of game to her. A way to feel powerful maybe, or just the thrill of seeing what she could make people do. We got a letter months later saying the case against her was moving forward, but we never learned the outcome. Amy and I moved out when our lease ended, found a place across town where nobody knew us. We're more careful now, slower to trust, quicker to see the angles people might be playing. Sometimes I still think about Beth, wonder if she ever figured it out before Diane was arrested, or if she was still bringing groceries to an empty apartment, knocking on a door that would never open again. 2 years ago, I was living in a duplex in Denver with my 8-year-old daughter, Lily. I just finalized my divorce and was trying to rebuild our lives from scratch. The place wasn't much: peeling paint on the shutters, a kitchen that hadn't been updated since the 80s, and a backyard that was more weeds than grass. But it was ours, and that's all that mattered. I was working as a dental hygienist at a practice downtown, pulling long hours to make ends meet. Most evenings I'd come home exhausted, help Lily with homework, make dinner, and collapse into bed by 10. Life was predictable, routine, and honestly, that's exactly what we needed after the chaos of the previous year. The neighborhood was quiet, mostly older folks who'd lived there for decades, which made me feel safe as a single mom. Our next-door neighbor, Walter, moved in about 3 months after we did. He was probably in his early 50s, always wearing the same faded blue coveralls and a John Deere cap that had seen better days. The first time we met, he was carrying boxes from a beat-up Ford pickup truck, and I offered to help. He had this peculiar way of talking, never quite making eye contact, always looking just past your ear like something more interesting was happening behind you. His teeth were stained yellow from what I assumed was years of coffee and cigarettes, and he had this habit of clicking his tongue before he spoke, like he was tasting his words first. Walter worked nights at some warehouse across town, which meant our schedules rarely overlapped. But whenever we did cross paths, he was friendly enough, always asking about Lily's school or commenting on the weather. Nothing that would make you think twice. The borrowing started small, maybe 6 weeks after Walter moved in. First, it was a hammer. He knocked on my door one Saturday afternoon while Lily was at a friend's birthday party. Said he was putting up shelves and his hammerhead had flown off the handle, nearly took out his kitchen window. I laughed and grabbed mine from the garage, told him to keep it as long as he needed. He returned it the next morning, clean and wrapped in a dish towel like it was something precious. Then it was a screwdriver set, then pliers, then my electric drill. Each time he had these elaborate explanations. The screwdriver rolled under his refrigerator and he couldn't reach it. The pliers got mixed up in a box he'd already taken to storage. The drill bit snapped right in the middle of a project. He'd always stand on my porch, shifting his weight from foot to foot, that tongue click happening every few seconds. The tools always came back, usually within a day or two, sometimes cleaner than when I'd lent them. After a while, the requests got more frequent and more specific. He needed my measuring tape, but specifically the long one, not the short one he'd seen me use in the garden. He needed aluminum foil because the store brand he bought kept tearing. He needed batteries, but only the Duracell ones because the generic ones didn't last in his flashlight. One evening in July, he knocked while I was giving Lily a bath, asking if he could borrow my vacuum cleaner because his had sucked up something it shouldn't have and stopped working. I remember standing there in my doorway, still drying my hands on my jeans, and noticing how he kept peering past me into the house, his eyes scanning the living room like he was memorizing the layout. But I brushed it off. Maybe he was just curious about how we'd decorated, or maybe he was one of those people who couldn't help but look. The vacuum came back 2 days later with a new bag installed and a thank you note taped to the handle. By August, Walter's requests had become part of my weekly routine. Every few days there'd be that distinctive knock, 3 quick taps, pause, then 2 more, and I'd find him on my porch with another need. But here's where things started getting weird. I came home from work one Thursday, earlier than usual because Lily had a dentist appointment, and found my spare key missing from under the ceramic frog where I kept it. I tore apart the porch looking for it, thinking maybe the wind had knocked it somewhere, but it was gone. That same evening, Walter knocked and asked if he could borrow some sugar. While I was in the kitchen getting it, I mentioned the missing key, and he immediately offered to help me look. He spent 20 minutes crawling around my porch with a flashlight, checking every corner and crevice. The next morning, the key was back under the frog, exactly where it should have been. When I thanked Walter for finding it, he looked confused and said he hadn't found anything. Thought I must have located it myself. Then came the Saturday that changed everything. Lily was at her dad's for the weekend, and I decided to deep clean the house. I was organizing my home office when I realized my passport wasn't in the filing cabinet where I always kept it. My birth certificate was there, Lily's was there, but my passport was gone. I pulled everything out, checked every folder twice, even looked behind the cabinet thinking it might have fallen. Nothing. That's when I noticed other things were off. The stack of bank statements I kept paper-clipped together had been shuffled, still there, but in a different order than I'd left them. My social security card was in the wrong slot. The folder with Lily's medical records had been moved from the third drawer to the second. Small things, things you might not notice unless you were looking, but I'm meticulous about my filing system. I've been that way since the divorce, when keeping track of every document became crucial for custody arrangements. I sat there on my office floor, surrounded by papers, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. My laptop was still on the desk, my jewelry box untouched in the bedroom. The emergency cash I kept in an old coffee tin was all there. Nothing valuable was missing except for that passport. But someone had definitely been through my personal documents. Someone who was careful enough to put things back almost exactly where they belonged. Thought about calling the police, but what would I say? That my papers were in a slightly different order? That my passport was missing but nothing else? They'd probably think I was paranoid or had simply misplaced it myself. I spent the rest of that afternoon checking every window lock, every door, looking for signs of forced entry. Everything was secure. The only explanation was that someone had used a key, and the only key that had gone missing was the spare under the frog. That evening, around 7, Walter knocked. This time he wanted to borrow my stepladder to change a light bulb in his hallway. Apparently his ceiling was unusually high, and his regular ladder wouldn't reach. I stood in my doorway, studying his face while he talked, looking for something, anything that would confirm my suspicions. He did that tongue-click thing 3 times in 30 seconds, and his eyes kept drifting to the living room behind me. But what really caught my attention was a small detail. He had a paper cut on his index finger, fresh enough that it was still slightly bleeding through the Band-Aid. When I asked about it, he laughed and said he'd been sorting through old mail, got careless with an envelope. I lent him the ladder, but as soon as he left, I went back to my office. Sure enough, one of my bank statement envelopes had a tiny speck of blood on the corner, so small I hadn't noticed it before. My whole body went cold. This man had been in my house, going through my private documents, touching my things, and now he was standing on my porch asking to borrow my ladder like nothing had happened. I barely slept that night. Every creak of the house made me jump. Every shadow outside my window looked like someone trying to get in. I called in sick to work Monday and installed new deadbolts on all the doors, plus one of those chain locks on the front and back. I bought a security camera system from Best Buy, the kind that sends alerts to your phone when it detects motion. While I was setting it up, I found something that made me physically sick. In Lily's room, tucked behind her dresser, was one of my old pay stubs from 3 months ago. I knew for certain I'd never brought it into her room. I always dealt with financial stuff in my office. But there was something else. On the back of the pay stub, someone had written in pencil, very lightly, a series of numbers. When I looked closer, I realized it was my work schedule, the exact hours and days I'd worked that month. Someone had been tracking my routine, knowing exactly when I'd be gone and for how long. The handwriting was small and cramped, nothing like mine. I took pictures of everything with my phone, finally having some form of evidence. The next morning, Tuesday, I was reviewing the security camera footage from overnight when I saw something that confirmed everything. At 3:47 a.m., Walter had walked up to my porch, stood directly in front of my door for about 30 seconds, then walked away. He didn't knock, didn't try the handle, just stood there. Then at 4:15 a.m., he was back, this time walking around to my back door, again just standing there before leaving. The footage was clear enough to see him holding something in his hand. It looked like a key. I called the police immediately, but the officer who came by seemed skeptical. Walter hadn't actually entered the property on camera, hadn't done anything explicitly illegal. Standing on someone's porch wasn't a crime. The officer suggested I change my locks and document everything. Maybe look into a restraining order if things escalated. After he left, I called a locksmith and had every lock in the house changed that afternoon. I also called my ex-husband and asked if Lily could stay with him for a few extra days while I sorted this out. That Wednesday evening, Walter knocked on my door again. I watched him through the peephole but didn't answer. He knocked 3 more times over the course of an hour, each time waiting about 5 minutes before trying again. Through the security camera app on my phone, I could see him clearly. He was holding a pie dish, presumably another excuse to make contact. After the 4th attempt, he set the dish on my porch and walked back to his house, but he didn't go inside. Instead, he sat on his front steps, directly facing my house, and stayed there for 2 hours. Just sitting, watching, occasionally taking sips from a thermos. I called 911, but since he was on his own property, they said there was nothing they could do. I sat in my dark living room, peeking through the blinds, watching him watch my house. Finally, around 10 p.m., he went inside. The pie dish sat on my porch for 3 days before I threw it away, unopened. I never spoke to Walter again, but I could feel him watching whenever I came and went. His curtains would move, his door would crack open just slightly. I documented everything, built a case file that was 2 inches thick. A month later, I found out from another neighbor, Mrs. Gutierrez, that Walter had been evicted. She said the landlord had found some disturbing things in his house during a routine inspection. Dozens of women's IDs photocopied and taped to his bedroom wall, boxes full of mail that wasn't his, and what appeared to be detailed logs about multiple neighbors' schedules and routines. The police got involved, but Walter disappeared before they could question him. They found my passport in his kitchen drawer, along with 2 credit cards I didn't even know were missing. Mrs. Gutierrez said they also found a key-making kit and several blank keys. The detective who called me said Walter's real name wasn't even Walter. It was Douglas Brennan, and he had a history of identity theft and stalking in 3 other states. We moved out 2 weeks later. I still check my credit report obsessively, still triple-check my locks, still feel that crawling sensation whenever a neighbor acts too friendly. Lily doesn't know the full story, just that we needed a fresh start. Sometimes I wonder how many times he was in our house while we slept. What else he touched? What else he took that I never noticed? The not knowing is almost worse than what I actually discovered. The 4 of us had been sharing that house in the suburbs of Phoenix for about 8 months when everything went to hell. It was February 2018, and I was 26, working remotely as a graphic designer while my roommates, Jason, Maria, and Steve, all had regular office jobs downtown. We'd found this perfect 2-story rental with a huge backyard, thinking we'd scored big with the cheap rent and quiet neighborhood. The place had this old wooden fence around the back, maybe 7 feet tall, with a metal gate that connected to the alley running between our street and the one behind us. We'd throw barbecues every weekend, stay up late playing music on the patio, really living our best 20-something's life without a care in the world. The houses around us were mostly families and older couples who kept to themselves, which suited us just fine. The first time we heard the banging, it was a Tuesday night around 2 a.m. And I remember because I'd stayed up late finishing a project for a client in Japan. 3 heavy slams against our back gate, the kind that made the whole fence rattle and echo through the yard. Jason came stumbling out of his room with a baseball bat, and we stood there in the kitchen, hearts pounding, waiting for something else to happen. After about 5 minutes of silence, we figured maybe it was just some drunk kid from the community college nearby, trying to take a shortcut through the alley. We laughed it off, made some jokes about Jason's superhero stance with the bat, and went back to bed. But then it happened again the next night. Same time, same 3 heavy bangs that seemed to shake the entire fence line, followed by what sounded like someone testing the gate latch, that metallic clicking noise of someone pulling and pushing at it repeatedly. By the end of that week, the noises had evolved into something way worse. We'd hear footsteps crunching through the gravel along the side of our house, slow and deliberate, like someone was taking their time checking out the property. Maria set up her phone to record from her bedroom window one night, and we caught this grainy footage of two figures walking around our backyard, just wandering between our shed and the patio furniture. They weren't trying to steal anything, just walking around, occasionally stopping to peer into our windows. Steve wanted to call the cops right away, but the video was too dark to make out any faces, and technically they hadn't broken anything or tried to get inside the house. We decided to install motion sensor lights instead, these super bright LED floods that would blast the entire yard with white light if anything moved back there. The guy at Home Depot helped us pick out the most obnoxious ones they had, 3,000 lumens each, enough to blind anyone who triggered them. That Saturday afternoon, while Steve and I were up on ladders installing the lights, we finally met our back neighbors for the first time. These two guys came out onto their deck, which overlooked our yard, and just stood there watching us work. The younger one, probably mid-30s with a patchy beard and sunken cheeks, kept giggling at nothing while scratching at his arms. The older guy, maybe 50, with this yellowed tank top hanging off his skinny frame, started asking us weird questions about whether we had any power tools he could borrow, if we knew where to get car batteries cheap, random stuff that didn't quite connect. Their eyes had this glassy, unfocused quality, pupils like pinpoints even though it was bright out, and they both had these scabs all over their faces and arms. The smell coming from their direction was absolutely rank, like chemicals mixed with rotting garbage and body odor, strong enough that I could taste it in the back of my throat, even from 20 feet away. Steve tried to be polite, giving vague answers about not having extra tools, while I stayed quiet and focused on screwing in the light fixtures. The younger guy suddenly got agitated, started pacing on their deck and mumbling about how we were putting up cameras to spy on them, how the government uses LED lights to read people's thoughts, completely paranoid nonsense. The older one just laughed, this dry, wheezing sound, and said we seemed like nice kids, then asked if we ever needed any electronics fixed because he was really good at taking things apart. The way he said it made my skin prickle with unease. They went back inside after about 10 minutes, but I could see them through their sliding glass door, just standing in their dark living room, watching us finish the installation. Later that evening, Maria looked up the property records online and found out the house was a rental managed by some company based in Nevada, with a history of complaints from the neighborhood association about trash, noise, and suspicious activity going back 3 years. The motion lights worked great for exactly 2 nights. On the third night, around 1 a.m., they started going off every few minutes, flooding our backyard with harsh white light. We'd rushed to the windows but never saw anything, just empty yard and shadows. Then we noticed the lights were slightly tilted, aimed away from the fence line toward the house, like someone had manually adjusted them. Jason found fresh scratches on the metal housing and what looked like grease marks on the wall below, as if someone had climbed up to mess with them. We also discovered our garbage cans had been opened and rifled through, with specific items missing: old electronics, batteries from a broken remote, some copper wire Steve had thrown out from a speaker repair project. Weird selective theft that made no sense until Maria Googled it, and found out those were all components people use to make homemade meth pipes, or to trade for drugs. Things escalated dramatically the following Thursday. I woke up at 3 a.m. to Maria screaming from downstairs. She'd gotten up for water and found the younger neighbor guy standing in our backyard, face pressed against the sliding glass door, hands cupped around his eyes trying to see inside. When she flipped on the patio light, he didn't run, just stood there staring at her with this blank expression, swaying slightly, his mouth moving like he was talking to himself. She was banging on Jason's door when the guy finally turned and walked slowly back toward the fence. But instead of leaving through the gate, he tried to climb over, getting his shirt caught on the top and hanging there for a solid minute, struggling and cursing before finally ripping free and dropping to the other side. We called the police this time, but by the time they showed up 40 minutes later, there was nothing to see except some torn fabric on the fence. The cops took a report, said they'd increase patrols, gave us the usual speech about keeping doors locked and staying vigilant, but we could tell they weren't going to do much about it. The next morning, I was working from home when I heard Steve yelling from the backyard. He'd gone out to check the shed and found the lock had been destroyed, not cut but literally smashed with something heavy, the metal twisted and mangled. Inside, our lawnmower was partially disassembled, with the copper motor windings pulled out and missing. They'd also taken the gas can, some old paint thinner, and bizarrely, a box of rock salt we used for making ice cream. But the really disturbing part was what they'd left behind. A glass pipe with burn marks on one end, hidden behind where the mower had been, along with a dirty sleeping bag that reeked of that same chemical smell. Steve put on gloves and threw everything in a garbage bag, but we were all thoroughly freaked out, knowing they'd been using our shed as some kind of hideout or stash spot, possibly for weeks without us knowing. That weekend, we decided to confront the situation head-on. All four of us marched over to their front door around noon, figuring they'd be less aggressive during daylight hours. The older guy answered after about 5 minutes of knocking, wearing nothing but stained boxers, his ribs showing through pale mottled skin. The living room behind him was chaos, mattresses on the floor, aluminum foil covering all the windows, burn marks on the carpet, and at least 6 other people sprawled around in various states of consciousness. He kept insisting he didn't know anything about anyone going in our yard, but his hands were shaking so bad he could barely hold the door, and I could see fresh scratches all over his arms that looked exactly like the marks on our fence. When Jason mentioned we had security footage and were considering pressing charges, the guy's whole demeanor changed. He started rambling about how we didn't understand what it was like, how they were just trying to get by, how the younger guy, apparently his nephew, sometimes got confused at night and wandered around when he'd had too much. Before we could respond, 3 more people emerged from the back of the house, including the younger guy we'd seen before. He was in way worse shape than the last time. Massive weight loss, teeth visibly rotting, open sores on his face that looked infected. He started screaming at his uncle for talking to us, saying we were probably wearing wires, that we'd planted listening devices in their walls through the shared fence. Then he turned to us, and his whole face changed, got this weird calm expression, and he asked if we wanted to buy a motorcycle. When we said no, he asked if we had any bikes in our shed he could fix up and sell, like he hadn't just admitted to knowing what was in our shed. Maria lost it at that point, told them if anyone from their house stepped foot on our property again, we'd have them arrested for trespassing and drug possession. The younger guy laughed, this horrible, dry cackle, and said we couldn't prove anything, that maybe we were the ones with drug problems trying to frame innocent neighbors. The older guy tried to calm him down, but then 2 more people pushed past us to leave, one of them carrying what was clearly our stolen gas can, still with Steve's initials written on it in Sharpie. That night was the worst, and thankfully, the last. Around midnight, we heard glass breaking downstairs. Jason grabbed his bat again while I called 911, and we crept down to find our kitchen window completely shattered, a brick lying in the middle of the floor surrounded by glass shards. Through the broken window, we could see flames in the backyard. They'd set our shed on fire. The whole structure was engulfed, toxic black smoke billowing up into the night sky. While we were standing there in shock, the motion lights revealed 5 or 6 figures running around our yard, some throwing more stuff onto the fire, others trying to grab our patio furniture. The younger neighbor was there, shirt off, dancing around the flames and howling like an animal. Steve ran outside with the garden hose, but they'd already cut it, sliced clean through in multiple places. By the time the fire department arrived, the shed was completely destroyed, the fence was charred, and the tweakers had scattered back to their house or into the alley. The firefighters said the accelerant pattern suggested they'd used the stolen paint thinner and gasoline to start it, and the weird colored flames were probably from chemicals they'd thrown in, possibly from their own drug-making supplies. The police arrested 7 people from the house that night, including both neighbors we'd been dealing with. Turns out they'd been running a small meth operation in their bathroom, and the fire investigation gave probable cause for a search warrant. The cops found 2 pounds of methamphetamine, a mobile cooking setup, stolen property from at least 12 different houses in the neighborhood, and 3 people with outstanding warrants. The younger guy tried to fight the cops and ended up getting tased in his front yard while screaming that we'd orchestrated the whole thing, that we were CIA agents sent to destroy his research. We had to stay in a hotel for 3 days while hazmat crews cleaned up the chemical contamination from our backyard. Our landlord let us break the lease without penalty, and we were moved out within 2 weeks. I drove by there about 6 months later, and both houses were empty with condemned notices on the doors. Sometimes I still dream about that younger guy's face pressed against our glass door, those dead eyes just staring, and I wake up checking all my locks twice before I can get back to sleep. It was a Thursday afternoon in late August when everything went sideways. I was 16, just starting my junior year at Lincoln High in Raleigh, and my mom had left for a 3-day nursing conference in Charlotte. She'd kissed me goodbye that morning, rattling off the usual list of reminders about locking doors, not having parties, and calling if I needed anything. I remember rolling my eyes and telling her I'd be fine, that I wasn't a kid anymore. The house felt different with her gone, though, bigger somehow, like all the familiar corners had stretched out and become unfamiliar. I'd spent the morning playing video games and eating cereal straight from the box, enjoying the freedom of having the place to myself. Our neighborhood in North Raleigh was one of those quiet subdivisions where nothing ever happened, just rows of 2-story houses with neat lawns and the occasional barking dog. Around 2 in the afternoon, I heard a knock at the door. Through the peephole, I saw Mr. Garrison from 3 houses down. He was this guy in his early 40s who my mom always described as such a helpful neighbor. Clean-shaven, always wearing polo shirts and khakis. The kind of guy who'd help you carry groceries or jumpstart your car without being asked. He had this easy smile and would wave whenever he jogged past our house in the mornings. My mom had mentioned him dozens of times. How he'd fixed our mailbox after some kids knocked it over. How he'd brought us cookies when we first moved in 5 years ago. He was standing there on our porch, shifting his weight from foot to foot. And when I opened the door, I noticed he was sweating more than usual for such a mild day. His polo shirt had dark patches under the arms, and he kept wiping his forehead with the back of his hand. "Hey buddy," he said, and his voice had this weird urgency to it that I'd never heard before. "I'm really sorry to bother you, but my phone died and I locked myself out of the house. My wife won't be home for another few hours, and I really need to make an important call about a job interview. Could I use your phone real quick? I'll just be a minute, I promise." He held up his cell phone, showing me the black screen, and gave me that familiar friendly smile, though it didn't quite reach his eyes this time. I hesitated for maybe 2 seconds, my mom's voice in my head warning me about letting people in when I was alone. But this was Mr. Garrison, the guy who'd helped my mom change a flat tire last winter, who always asked how school was going when he saw me. Besides, he looked genuinely stressed, and I figured a quick phone call couldn't hurt. I stepped aside and let him in, pointing toward the kitchen where we kept our landline. He followed me through the living room, and I noticed he was walking differently than usual, taking these quick, measured steps like he was trying not to make noise. His eyes darted around our house, taking in the family photos on the mantel, the stack of mail on the coffee table, even glancing up the stairs toward the bedrooms. "Nice place," he mumbled, though he'd been inside before when he'd helped my mom move our old refrigerator to the garage. In the kitchen, he picked up the phone but didn't dial right away. Instead, he stood there holding the receiver, staring at the numbers like he'd forgotten who he was supposed to call. After what felt like forever, but was probably only 10 seconds, he started dialing. I could hear the buttons beeping, but something about the rhythm seemed wrong. Too many numbers, or maybe not enough. I couldn't tell for sure because I was trying not to seem like I was watching him too closely. The conversation he had was bizarre. He spoke in this low, hushed voice, saying things like, "Yeah, I know," and "can't do that right now," and "give me more time." No mention of a job interview, no professional tone, nothing that matched what he'd told me at the door. His free hand gripped the edge of our kitchen counter so hard his knuckles went white, and I saw a strange mark on his wrist, like a red line where something had been wrapped tight around it recently. When he hung up after maybe 90 seconds, he turned to me with this forced casual expression and said, "Thanks, kid. Mind if I use your bathroom before I go?" Before I could answer, he was already moving toward our downstairs bathroom, but then he stopped, changed direction, and headed toward the laundry room instead. "Actually, where's your back door? I'll just cut through your yard if that's okay." The laundry room did lead to our back door, but something about the way he said it made every hair on my arm stand up. That's when we heard it, 3 sharp knocks on the front door. Not a normal neighbor knock, but authoritative, demanding. Mr. Garrison's whole body went rigid, and the color drained from his face like someone had pulled a plug. Without a word, he practically dove into our laundry room and pulled the door shut behind him. Through the frosted glass panels of our front door, I could see 2 shapes, and when I peered through the peephole, my heart started hammering against my ribs. 2 police officers stood there, hands resting on their duty belts, their expressions serious and alert. The taller one, a black woman with her hair pulled back in a tight bun, knocked again and called out, "Police department, we need to speak with anyone inside." My mouth went completely dry. "Mr. Garrison was hiding in my laundry room, and cops were at my door, and suddenly all those weird details, the sweating, the strange phone call, that mark on his wrist, crashed together in my mind like pieces of a puzzle I didn't want to complete. I stood there for what must have been 5 seconds but felt like 5 minutes, my hand hovering near the doorknob. Through the thin laundry room door, I could hear Mr. Garrison breathing, these shallow, rapid breaths like he'd just run a marathon. The officers knocked a 3rd time, harder now, and the woman called out again, "We know someone's home. We saw movement through the window." My legs felt like they were made of water, but somehow I managed to open the door, keeping the chain on. "Yes?" My voice came out higher than normal, cracking on that single word like I was 13 again. The male officer, a stocky white guy with a graying mustache, held up his badge. "Son, we're looking for a man who was seen in this neighborhood about 15 minutes ago. Robert Garrison lives a few houses down. Have you seen him?" The way he said it, not asking if Mr. Garrison was here, but if I'd seen him, gave me this tiny window, this chance to maybe not be the kid harboring a fugitive in his laundry room. "What did he do?" I asked, stalling, trying to keep my voice steady while my brain raced through options. The female officer exchanged a look with her partner before answering. "He's wanted for questioning in connection with an embezzlement case. His employer reported over $200,000 missing, and Mr. Garrison didn't show up for a meeting with investigators this morning. His car was found abandoned at a rest stop off I-40. She pulled out her phone, showing me a photo that was definitely Mr. Garrison, though in the picture he was wearing a suit and tie, looking like any other suburban dad. He's not dangerous, but we need to find him. His wife said he left their house acting erratic about an hour ago. Not dangerous. The words should have been reassuring, but all I could think about was that he was hiding in my house, breathing hard behind a door just 15 feet away, and these cops had no idea how close they were to catching him. My palms were slick with sweat, and I had to wipe them on my jeans before they noticed. "I haven't seen him," I said, the lie burning in my throat like acid. "I've been home all day playing games. Haven't even looked outside much." The male officer leaned forward slightly, and I caught a whiff of coffee and cigarettes on his breath. "Mind if we come in and have a quick look around? Just to be thorough?" This was it. The moment where everything would unravel. I could feel Mr. Garrison behind that laundry room door, probably pressed against it, listening to every word. "My mom's not home," I said quickly. She told me not to let anyone in when she's gone, even police officers. She's really strict about that. It wasn't entirely a lie. My mom had given me that talk about being careful, though I'm pretty sure she would have made an exception for actual cops with badges. The female officer nodded slowly, but her eyes were scanning what she could see of our house through the gap in the chained door. Smart, Mom. How about this? Is there a number where we can reach her? We'd like to check with all the neighbors. I rattled off my mom's cell number, knowing she was probably in the middle of some conference session and wouldn't answer. The officers wrote it down, then handed me a business card. If you see Mr. Garrison, don't approach him. Just call us immediately, okay? And son? The woman's eyes locked onto mine, and I swear she could see straight through my skull to all the lies bouncing around inside. You sure you're okay? You seem nervous. I forced out this awkward laugh that sounded nothing like my normal laugh. Yeah, just never had cops at my door before. It's kind of intense. She studied me for another second that stretched like taffy, then finally stepped back. Lock your doors and stay inside. We'll have units in the area for the next few hours. I watched them walk back to their cruiser, a white sedan with the city police logo on the side. They sat there for a minute, probably running my mom's information, and I stood frozen at the door, knowing that Mr. Garrison was waiting, listening, probably planning his next move. The cruiser finally pulled away, moving slowly down our street, and I watched until it turned the corner. The moment they were gone, the laundry room door creaked open, and Mr. Garrison emerged looking like a completely different person. His friendly neighbor mask had slipped off entirely, replaced by someone desperate and calculating. His polo shirt was soaked through now, and his hands were trembling as he ran them through his disheveled hair. "You did good, kid. Really good," he said. But there was something in his tone that made it sound less like gratitude and more like an assessment. He moved toward the kitchen window, peering through the blinds at the street. "I need you to do one more thing for me. I need to borrow your bike from the garage, just until tonight. I'll bring it back, I swear." The way he said it, I knew he'd never bring it back. I also knew I didn't have much choice. This wasn't the helpful neighbor who'd fixed our mailbox anymore. This was a man backed into a corner, and cornered animals do unpredictable things. "Take it," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Just, please leave." He studied me for a long moment, and then his expression softened slightly. "I'm not a bad person, you know. Sometimes good people make terrible mistakes, and then those mistakes snowball until you're standing in a teenager's laundry room hiding from the cops." He went out through the back door, and I watched from the window as he wheeled my mountain bike out of our garage, keeping to the shadows between houses. Before he left, he turned back and looked at me through the glass door, raising his hand in this sad little wave that made him look broken and human and guilty all at once. Then he was gone, pedaling down the alley behind our houses, hunched over the handlebars like he was trying to make himself smaller. I stood there in my empty house, adrenaline still coursing through my veins, and called my mom. When she answered on the third ring, sounding confused and concerned, I told her everything. About Mr. Garrison, the police, the bike, all of it. She left the conference immediately and drove home, calling the police on the way. They found Mr. Garrison that evening at a motel 2 towns over, still with my bike. The money he'd stolen was never fully recovered, and his family moved away a month later. I still think about that afternoon sometimes, about how quickly someone familiar can become a stranger, and how one moment of desperation can unravel an entire life. The new people who moved into the Garrison house seem nice enough, but I never answer the door when I'm home alone anymore. Most people dream about quiet neighborhoods with friendly faces and weekend barbecues, right? Well, let me tell you about what happened in our little cul-de-sac last spring that completely shattered that illusion for me and my family. I'm a 34-year-old electrician, been living in the same house in suburban Illinois for about 6 years now with my wife and our 2 kids, ages 7 and 9. We'd moved there specifically because it seemed like the perfect place to raise children. Just 8 houses arranged in a peaceful circle, mature oak trees lining the street, and neighbors who actually waved when they saw you. The cul-de-sac had this unspoken rhythm to it. You know, lawn mowers on Saturday mornings, kids playing street hockey until the streetlights came on, and the occasional impromptu gathering when someone fired up their grill. It was exactly what we'd wanted when we left our cramped apartment in the city. Everything changed when Harold Garrison moved into the yellow house at the end of the circle, about 3 months before that terrible day in May. He was probably in his late 50s, always wore these faded polo shirts tucked into khaki shorts that were pulled up way too high, and had this peculiar way of walking where he'd pause every few steps like he was counting something in his head. At first, we all tried to be welcoming. My wife Janet even brought him a casserole that first week, though he barely opened the door wide enough to take it from her. He never returned the dish, by the way. Within 2 weeks of moving in, Harold had installed 4 security cameras on his property, which seemed excessive but not completely unreasonable given how paranoid some people are these days. But then we started noticing him standing in his driveway with this old camcorder, the kind from the early 2000s with the flip-out screen, just openly recording our houses for 20-30 minutes at a time. The first note appeared on a Monday morning, stuck under the windshield wiper of my neighbor Bill's truck. Bill lived 2 houses down from me, nice guy who worked construction, and had this habit of tapping his wedding ring against surfaces when he was thinking. He brought the note over to show me while I was loading my work van, and I'll never forget how his usually steady voice cracked a little when he read it out loud. The note was written in this cramped, angry handwriting with a black ballpoint pen that had been pressed so hard it tore through the paper in places. It said Bill's truck was too loud when he started it at 5:30 a.m., that the diesel engine was destroying the peace and sanctity of the neighborhood, and that appropriate measures would be taken if it continued. The weird part was all the unnecessary details Harold had included. Exact times Bill had started his truck over the past 2 weeks, the duration of how long it idled, even the license plate number written 3 times at the bottom, like some kind of obsessive chant. After that first note, they started appearing everywhere, and I mean everywhere. Stacy from across the circle found one taped to her mailbox complaining about her wind chimes creating sonic pollution and demanding their immediate removal. The Johnsons got one shoved through their mail slot about their recycling bin, being placed at a geometrically offensive angle to the curb. Even old Mr. Petrov, who'd lived here longer than anyone and kept to himself tending his vegetable garden, received a 2-page manifesto about his tomato plants attracting pest birds that were defecating on private property. Each note got progressively more hostile, with underlined words and exclamation points scattered throughout like angry little soldiers. Harold had started adding these bizarre diagrams too, sketches of our houses with measurements and angles, photos he'd printed out from his recordings with red circles around supposed violations, and once, disturbingly, a crayon drawing of what looked like a person lying on the ground with X's for eyes. We tried to handle it like reasonable adults at first. We really did. Bill and I walked over to Harold's house on a Saturday afternoon, bringing a 6-pack of beer as a peace offering, hoping we could talk things out man to man. Harold answered the door wearing rubber gloves and a surgical mask, which should have been our first warning that this conversation wasn't going to go well. His living room, what little we could see through the barely cracked door, was lined floor to ceiling with filing cabinets, each one labeled with our addresses in label maker tape. He didn't invite us in, just stood there breathing heavily through his mask, while we tried to explain that his notes were making people uncomfortable. That's when he pulled out this little spiral notebook from his shirt pocket and started reading off violations he'd observed just that morning. The angle of my lawnmower stripes, the number of times Bill's dog barked, 17 apparently, and the suspiciously ethnic smell coming from the Petrovs' kitchen window. When we tried to reason with him, his face turned this alarming shade of purple, and he started jabbing his finger at us, saying we were all conspiring to drive him out because he was the only one who cared about maintaining standards. The situation exploded on that Wednesday in May, a day so humid you could practically swim through the air. I was home early from a job that got postponed, sitting on my porch trying to figure out how to approach the Harold situation when I heard shouting from the Johnsons' yard. Their kids, twin boys about 10 years old, had been playing with water guns, just being normal kids on a hot day, running around and laughing the way kids should. But Harold had apparently decided that some of the water had splashed onto his driveway, which in his mind was tantamount to property damage. By the time I got to their yard, Harold was already there, standing way too close to those boys, his camcorder in one hand and a garden hose in the other. His face was twisted into this expression I'd never seen on another human being before. Pure, irrational rage mixed with something else, something that made every parental instinct in my body scream danger. He was recording the kids while spraying them with the hose, shouting about teaching them respect for boundaries, and how their parents had failed to instill basic human decency. What happened next still plays in my mind like some demented movie scene. Mrs. Johnson came flying out of her house, still wearing her work clothes from the bank, her usually perfect hair coming loose from its bun as she ran. She put herself between Harold and her boys, and that's when Harold did something that shocked everyone who was gathering to watch. He turned the hose on her, full blast, while keeping that camcorder steady in his other hand. But it was what he said that really made everyone gasp. With this eerily calm voice, completely different from his shouting moments before, he looked directly at those terrified kids and said, "Your mother can't protect you forever. Boundaries exist even when parents aren't watching. I know your schedule. I know when you wait for the bus alone." The way he emphasized alone while still filming, water still running from the hose that had dropped to his side. It was like watching someone's last thread of sanity snap in real time. Bill got there before me, grabbed Harold's wrist and twisted until he dropped the camcorder, which hit the concrete driveway with a satisfying crack. More neighbors started pouring out of their houses. Stacy still in her yoga clothes, Mr. Petrov with dirt-covered gardening gloves, even the usually absent Martin who worked nights. We formed this protective circle around the Johnson family while Harold stood there, his polo shirt soaked with sweat, alternating between screaming legal threats and muttering about documentation and evidence. His eyes had this glassy, unfocused quality, like he was seeing something completely different from what was actually happening. He kept reaching for his pocket where apparently he had another smaller camera, one of those spy pen things, and when Bill grabbed that too, Harold completely lost it. He dropped to his knees on the Johnsons' lawn and started pulling up chunks of grass with his bare hands, throwing them at us while screaming that we were all criminals, that he had files on everyone, that he knew things about us we didn't even know about ourselves. The police arrived within 10 minutes, though it felt like hours standing there watching Harold deteriorate. 2 officers, one young guy who looked fresh out of the academy, and an older woman with sergeant stripes who'd clearly seen it all. Harold immediately tried to present his evidence to them, pulling out this thick manila folder from inside his shirt that was soaked with sweat and hose water. Pages scattered everywhere. Photos of our houses with timestamps, transcripts of conversations he'd somehow recorded. Even a hand-drawn map of the cul-de-sac with everyone's daily routines mapped out in different colored inks. The sergeant's expression changed from annoyed to concerned when she saw the level of detail in his surveillance, especially the pages dedicated to tracking when the neighborhood kids were home alone. She exchanged a look with her partner that I recognized, the same look I'd shared with Janet when we realized our neighbor wasn't just annoying, he was genuinely dangerous. They took Harold away in handcuffs that day, but not before he managed to scream one last thing that still gives me chills when I think about it. As they were putting him in the patrol car, he looked straight at me and said in this sing-song voice, like he was reciting a nursery rhyme, "The electrician leaves at 7:23, returns at 5:47, wife alone from 8:15 to 4:30, children wait for bus at 7:45, no adult supervision for exactly 6 minutes." The accuracy of it, the way he'd been watching us that closely, cataloging our lives like we were specimens in some twisted experiment, it made my skin feel too tight for my body. The younger cop actually stopped writing for a second and just stared at Harold, probably wondering the same thing we all were. How long had he been documenting us? And more importantly, what was he planning to do with all that information? We found out later from the sergeant, who stopped by a few days after to follow up, that Harold's house had been like stepping into the mind of someone completely obsessed with control and surveillance. Every room had multiple monitors showing feeds from cameras we hadn't even known existed. Tiny ones hidden in fake rocks along his property line, one in a birdhouse that faced the street, another disguised as a doorbell that could somehow see almost the entire cul-de-sac. He had filing cabinets for each house, with subsections for each family member, containing everything from our license plates to our kids' names and birthdays, which he'd somehow figured out. The most disturbing discovery was what they found in his basement. A scale model of our entire cul-de-sac, made from cardboard and popsicle sticks, with little figures representing each of us that he could move around to track our movements. Some of the figures had red X's painted on them, including the ones that represented the Johnson twins. The police wouldn't tell us exactly what his notebook said about what those X's meant, but the way the sergeant's jaw tightened when we asked told us everything we needed to know. Harold was charged with stalking, harassment, making threats against minors, and a bunch of other things that the prosecutor said would keep him away for at least a few years, maybe more if the psych evaluation went the way they expected. But even now, months later, none of us feel quite the same about our little cul-de-sac. We all installed better locks, security systems, and yes, cameras of our own. The irony isn't lost on me. The Johnson family moved away in September, said they couldn't look at their yard without seeing Harold standing there with that hose and camera. The rest of us stayed, but there's this unspoken tension now, like we're all waiting for something bad to happen again. Sometimes I catch myself checking my rearview mirror more than necessary when I leave for work, wondering if someone's noting that it's 7:24, not 7:23. The yellow house at the end of the circle sits empty now, with a for sale sign that's been there so long it's starting to fade. Nobody's even come to look at it. I guess word gets around about houses like that, places where something went wrong in a way that leaves a stain you can't quite see but everybody can feel. February of 2022 was when everything started going sideways for my family. I was 36, working remotely as a data analyst, and we just finished paying off the last of our credit card debt from my wife Laura's medical bills the previous year. Our daughter Olivia had just turned 8, and our son Ethan was 11 and obsessed with building these elaborate Lego cities in our basement. We lived in this cozy 2-story colonial in a quiet neighborhood in Madison, Wisconsin. The kind of place where people still borrowed sugar from each other, and kids rode bikes until the streetlights came on. The house wasn't anything fancy, but it had this huge backyard that backed up to a small creek, and we'd spent 5 years making it ours. Laura's herb garden along the side, my workshop in the garage, the treehouse I'd built with Ethan the summer before. We thought we'd found our forever home, the place where our kids would grow up and bring their own children to visit someday. The first time Richard Brenner knocked on our door, it was a Saturday morning, and I was still in my pajama pants, trying to fix the coffee maker that had decided to leak all over the counter. He stood there in his pressed khakis and polo shirt, holding a folder like he was about to give a business presentation, which I guess he kind of was. Richard lived 3 houses down in this massive McMansion he'd had custom built 2 years earlier, complete with a 4-car garage and one of those circular driveways with a fountain in the middle. He introduced himself even though we'd waved at each other plenty of times, then launched into this whole spiel about how he wanted to buy our property to expand his estate, talking about market values and investment opportunities, while I stood there with coffee grounds under my fingernails. He'd clearly done his homework, knew exactly what we'd paid for the house, what similar properties were selling for, even mentioned Laura's job at the elementary school. When I politely told him we weren't interested in selling, he just smiled and said he'd make it worth our while, then left his business card on top of the folder he insisted I keep. Over the next 3 weeks, Richard showed up 4 more times, always with a new angle. Once he brought comparative property assessments showing how much the neighborhood values had increased. Another time, he came with photos of the luxury development he envisioned, complete with architectural renderings that had clearly cost him thousands to commission. The third visit, he brought his wife Cheryl, this thin woman with platinum blonde hair who kept touching Laura's arm and saying things like, "You could get such a lovely place closer to downtown," and "Think of all the opportunities for the children." But it was the fourth visit that really set me on edge. He came alone late on a Wednesday evening when Laura was at her book club and stood in our doorway talking about how property could be a burden, how maintenance costs could spiral, how one bad storm could destroy everything we'd worked for. His tone never changed from that neighborly concern, but there was something about the way he kept glancing past me into our house, cataloging our belongings like he was already deciding what to do with the space. After that Wednesday night, I told him firmly that we would never sell, that this was our home and to please stop coming by. Richard just stood there on our porch for a moment, tapping his finger against his thigh in this rhythmic pattern. Tap, 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 before giving me this strange little nod. "I understand completely," he said, but his eyes were focused somewhere past my shoulder, like he was looking at something only he could see. Sometimes people need time to recognize opportunity. I'm a patient man. The way he said patient made my chest tighten, but I figured he'd finally gotten the message. Laura and I even joked about it the next morning, doing impressions of Cheryl's fake sympathy voice while we made breakfast. We thought that was the end of it, just another quirky rich guy who wasn't used to hearing no. Monday morning changed everything. I went out to drive Olivia to school because she'd missed the bus arguing with Ethan about whose turn it was to feed the goldfish, and found all 4 tires on our Subaru completely flat. Not just low on air, slashed with these long, deliberate cuts that had left rubber ribbons hanging from the sidewalls. The cuts were too clean to be random vandalism, each one precisely placed to make the tire irreparable. While I stood there staring at the damage, trying to process what I was seeing, old Mrs. Hooper from next door shuffled over in her housecoat and mentioned she'd heard some noise around 3 in the morning, but hadn't wanted to be nosy. "Sounded like someone was out here for a good while," she said, adjusting her thick glasses. "Very methodical, not like those teenagers who knocked over my garbage cans last Halloween." I called the police, of course, but without cameras or witnesses who actually saw anything. They just filed a report and suggested we might want to install security lights. The mailbox was next, 2 days later. Ethan discovered it when he went to get the mail after school. The whole thing was caved in like someone had taken a baseball bat to it repeatedly. The metal was so mangled that the door wouldn't even close, and our mail was scattered across the lawn, some of it torn open. But here's what really got to me. Whoever did it had been selective. They'd destroyed the junk mail and ads, but carefully placed our personal letters and Olivia's birthday party invitation from her friend back on the porch steps, weighted down with a rock so they wouldn't blow away. Laura wanted to believe it was random, maybe kids being destructive, but I knew better. The precision of it, the message in what was destroyed versus what was preserved. Someone wanted us to know they could get to our personal things whenever they wanted. That night, I caught Richard watching us from his driveway as we cleaned up the mess, just standing there beside his pristine BMW with his arms crossed, not even pretending to get his own mail or have any reason to be outside. Saturday brought the worst escalation yet. We'd gone to Ethan's soccer game that morning. He played midfielder for the Wildcats and had been practicing penalty kicks all week. When we came home around noon, the front door was wide open, swaying slightly in the breeze. Nothing was stolen. Nothing was even disturbed at first glance, but someone had been inside our house. They'd moved things just enough to let us know they'd been there. Family photos turned backward, kitchen chairs pulled out at exact angles. Every single cabinet door in the kitchen opened precisely halfway. Upstairs, they'd laid out one outfit on each of our beds. My work clothes, Laura's teaching dress, Ethan's soccer uniform, and Olivia's favorite unicorn pajamas. Each outfit was arranged like the person was lying down, arms and legs positioned naturally, but where the heads should have been, they'd placed a single sheet of paper with our home's original listing photos from when we'd bought it. The message was crystal clear. They knew our routines, our preferences, our lives, and they wanted us gone. Laura called 911 while I checked every room, every closet, the basement, the attic, my heart hammering against my ribs the entire time. The police took it more seriously this time. Breaking and entering was a felony after all. They dusted for fingerprints, took photos, asked if we had any enemies or anyone who might want to harm us. I mentioned Richard's persistent offers to buy our house, how he'd been increasingly aggressive about it, but the officer just wrote it down without much reaction. Rich neighbor wants to buy property didn't exactly scream probable cause, especially since Richard had been at the country club all morning with 40 witnesses, as we learned later. The detective suggested we stay with family for a few days while they investigated, but Laura refused to be driven from our home. That night, she sat in our bedroom with a baseball bat beside the bed while I installed new deadbolts and window locks, both of us jumping at every creak and settling sound the house made. Olivia ended up sleeping in our bed, curled between us like she used to when she was 3 and afraid of thunderstorms. The next morning, Sunday, I decided to confront Richard directly. I walked down to his house around 9, past the elaborate landscaping with those perfectly trimmed hedges that probably cost more to maintain than our mortgage payment. His doorbell played some classical piece I didn't recognize, and Cheryl answered wearing tennis whites even though their court was covered in snow. She tried to tell me Richard wasn't home, but I could see him through their floor-to-ceiling windows, sitting in what looked like a library or office. When he finally came to the door, he acted genuinely confused by my accusations, his face this perfect mask of concern and surprise. "These are serious allegations," he said, inviting me in for coffee like we were discussing lawn care. His study was filled with aerial photos of the neighborhood, surveys, property lines marked in red ink, and at the center of his desk was a scale model of what our block could look like, with our house conspicuously absent, replaced by an extended garden and pool house. "Vision planning," he called it when he saw me staring. "I'm a firm believer in manifesting the future you want to see." When I told him I knew he was behind the harassment, that he needed to stop immediately or I'd get a restraining order, Richard did something that chilled me more than any threat could have. He pulled out a leather journal and began reading dates and times. Every time our dog had barked for more than 5 minutes, every time Ethan's basketball had bounced into his yard, every time we'd put our garbage cans out too early or left them at the curb too long. He had 2 years of what he called neighborhood disturbances, meticulously documented, complete with photos and videos stored on his tablet. "I believe in being thorough," he said, closing the journal with a soft snap. "You'd be amazed how useful documentation can be when dealing with difficult neighbors. Property disputes can get so ugly, especially when code enforcement gets involved. Did you know your shed is actually 18 inches over the setback requirement? And that treehouse, I don't recall seeing any permits for that construction." His smile never wavered as he showed me to the door, patting my shoulder like we were old friends. "I do hope your family starts feeling safer soon. Moving can be such a stressful experience, but sometimes it's the best solution for everyone involved." That afternoon, I installed security cameras around our property, the expensive kind that saved to the cloud and sent alerts to your phone. Laura and I spent hours researching restraining order requirements, but everything we read said we needed concrete proof of threats or harassment directly linked to Richard. Documentation of our code violations wasn't illegal, and him wanting to buy our house wasn't a crime. We felt trapped in this bizarre psychological warfare where every move had been calculated to leave us without recourse. Around 6 that evening, while Laura was helping Olivia with homework and Ethan was in his room, I noticed movement in our backyard through the new camera app. Someone in dark clothing was standing at the edge of our property line, just outside the range of our motion lights, holding what looked like a surveyor's pole. They stood there for exactly 1 hour, not moving except to occasionally write something in a notebook, then walked away through the creek bed. When I checked the footage later, zooming in as much as the resolution allowed. I could see it was a professional surveyor's tripod, and the person was wearing an official-looking vest. But surveyors don't work Sunday evenings, and when I called the county office Monday morning, they had no record of any approved survey work on our street. The breaking point came that Monday night. I'd just gotten the kids to bed after a dinner where nobody really ate much, everyone pushing food around their plates and jumping whenever a car drove by. Laura was in the shower when our new cameras started sending alert after alert to my phone. Someone was walking around our house, methodically triggering each camera in sequence. But when I looked at the live feeds, I couldn't see anyone. They'd figured out the blind spots, the exact angles where they could move without being fully visible, just catching enough motion to set off the alerts. Then the power went out, not just our house but the whole block, as I could see from the window. Except for Richard's house. His place was lit up like a Christmas display, every window glowing, and I could swear I saw multiple figures moving around inside, way more than just him and Cheryl. The power came back on after exactly 15 minutes, and when it did, we found a manila envelope tucked into our front door that hadn't been there before. Inside was a cashier's check for triple what our house was worth, and a contract already filled out with our names just waiting for signatures. At the bottom, in Richard's neat handwriting, final offer. Decision needed by Friday, RB. That's when Laura did something I didn't expect. She took the check and contract, walked into the kitchen and started making phone calls. Not to lawyers or the police, but to her brother Paul, who worked in commercial real estate, her cousin who was a private investigator, and then, surprisingly, to Richard's business partners. Turns out she'd spent her Sunday doing her own research while I was confronting him. Richard's development company was in the final stages of a major deal with a Korean investment firm, something worth hundreds of millions, and any scandal could destroy it. She also discovered he'd done this before, twice, in different states. Same pattern, same escalation. Families mysteriously deciding to sell after months of random incidents. By midnight, she had compiled everything into a folder thicker than the one Richard had first brought to our door. The next morning, instead of going to work, she drove to Richard's company headquarters downtown and waited in the lobby until his business partners agreed to see her. I don't know exactly what she said in that meeting, but she came home with a different kind of smile, the one she used to have when she'd successfully negotiated with difficult parents at school. Wednesday morning, 2 days before Richard's deadline, we woke up to find his house completely dark and a moving truck in his driveway. Cheryl was directing movers with the kind of efficiency that suggested this wasn't their first sudden relocation. Richard himself stood in his garage watching them load boxes, and when he saw me getting the newspaper, he didn't wave or smile or acknowledge me at all. He just turned and walked back inside. By Thursday evening, they were gone. The house left empty with a for sale sign from a national realty company. Mrs. Hooper later told me she'd heard from her bridge club that Richard's company had restructured him into early retirement and that they'd relocated to somewhere in Florida or maybe Texas. The details were fuzzy. We never cashed the check, of course. Laura had it framed and hung it in our hallway as what she calls a reminder that bullies only understand one language. The kids started sleeping in their own beds again after about a month, and we finally took down the extra security cameras after 6 months. Sometimes I still catch myself checking the street when unfamiliar cars drive by slowly, and Laura installed one of those video doorbells that lets you see who's there before answering. But we're still here, in our house with the creek in the back, and the possibly illegal treehouse in the shed that's apparently 18 inches too close to something. Because this is our home, and nobody, no matter how much money they have or how methodical their campaign, gets to take that away from us. I used to live in a quiet neighborhood on the edge of town, the kind of place where most people waved at each other, and the days blended into a predictable rhythm. At that time, I was working long shifts at a small accounting office, and I often left early in the morning and came back well after sunset. My life was simple. Wake up, drive to work, grab groceries, repeat. I didn't socialize much with my neighbors, but I knew them by sight. One of them stood out though, an older man named Mr. Howard, who lived 2 houses down. He was retired, usually sitting on his porch with a thermos in hand, always watching the street like it was his personal TV channel. At first, I didn't think much of it. He was older, maybe just bored, and I figured keeping an eye on the block gave him something to do. But gradually I noticed he always seemed to appear at the exact moment I was leaving for work or coming back home. Didn't matter if I left at dawn, noon, or late at night. There he was, either on the porch or casually walking down the sidewalk, like he just happened to be out at that very moment. It was strange enough to make me uneasy, but not enough for me to confront him. I told myself it was coincidence. Still, that gnawing awareness grew every single week. One evening, I got home later than usual, maybe close to midnight. The air was still and the neighborhood quiet, but as I pulled into my driveway, I caught a glimpse of something across the street. Mr. Howard was standing in his yard, not on his porch, and his posture wasn't relaxed like before. He was stiff, upright, and facing directly toward my car. My headlights hit his face for a split second, and instead of being startled or looking away, he just stood there, motionless, as if he had been waiting. I remember sitting in my car for a moment longer than usual, debating whether to pretend I hadn't seen him or acknowledge it. Eventually, I walked inside without a word, locking the door behind me. That night, I couldn't sleep. It wasn't just the idea of him being outside. It was how calculated it felt, like he knew the exact minute I'd be back. The next morning, when I stepped outside for work, I caught myself scanning the street, expecting to see him. And sure enough, he was there again, leaning against his porch railing, sipping from that dented thermos. His eyes followed me as I got into my car. He gave me a polite little nod, but there was something unsettling about how precise his timing always was. That was the moment I stopped believing it was coincidence. The idea of being monitored ate at me during the following week. I tried switching up my schedule, leaving earlier, staying late at work, even sneaking out to grab coffee in the middle of the afternoon. But no matter what time I stepped outside, there he was. Sometimes he'd be on the porch, other times standing by his mailbox, fiddling with envelopes that didn't exist. Once I even caught him trimming his hedge with a pair of dull garden shears in the dark, no lights on, just waiting until I turned my car on before he casually walked back inside. The pattern wasn't just weird anymore, it was deliberate. I couldn't shake the feeling that he had some way of knowing exactly when I was about to leave. One Saturday, I finally decided to test my theory. I turned off all the lights in my house, parked my car down the block earlier that day, and sat in my living room window watching his place. Hours passed, nothing unusual, just him sitting on his porch, same as always. But when I quietly stepped outside and walked toward my driveway, I noticed something I hadn't before. Right above his garage, tucked between the siding and the gutter, was a small black device, angled in a way that pointed directly at my driveway. From where I stood, it looked like a camera lens, faintly reflecting the porch light. My chest tightened. That explained everything. He wasn't just guessing, he was watching. I tried to convince myself maybe it was a security camera meant for his own yard, but the angle gave that lie away immediately. It was pointed squarely at my driveway and the front windows of my house. I went back inside, pulled the curtains shut, and paced the living room for what felt like an hour. Confronting him didn't feel safe, but ignoring it made me sick. I thought about calling the police, but what if they dismissed it as just an old man trying to feel secure? I pictured myself sounding paranoid, like some overreacting neighbor. Still, I couldn't unsee it. The way the lens caught the light, aimed like a rifle sight into my private space. The next few days, I lived like someone under surveillance. I double-checked the locks, moved around my house with curtains drawn, even parked in different spots to throw him off. Once, when I glanced out late at night, I swore I saw the faint red glow of a light coming from that camera, pulsing like it was recording. The thought that he might be sitting inside his living room, watching my comings and goings in real time, made my skin crawl. It wasn't just unnerving, it felt invasive in a way that was impossible to ignore anymore. By the following weekend, I couldn't take it anymore. I asked a friend from work, Daniel, to come over and take a look. He had some background in home repairs and security systems, so I trusted his judgment. We stood in my driveway, pretending to chat casually, while he angled his eyes toward the device on Mr. Howard's garage. After a few seconds, he whispered, "That's a camera. Not even hidden well, just stuck up there with a mount, and yeah, it's aimed right at your place." Hearing someone else confirm what I already knew sent a shiver through me. This wasn't paranoia. It was deliberate surveillance. That night, I dialed the non-emergency police line. 2 officers came by, listened to my explanation, and then walked over to Mr. Howard's property. I watched from my living room window as they spoke to him. He gestured a lot, pointing at the street, shaking his head. Eventually, one of the officers motioned toward the camera, and after a tense few minutes, I saw them remove it from his garage. When they came back, they told me he claimed it was for neighborhood safety, but because it was pointed into my property, they made him take it down immediately. They suggested I install my own cameras if I wanted peace of mind, and then left. The following days were awkward. I still saw him outside, still sipping from his thermos, still pretending to water plants that didn't need watering. But without that camera staring me down every time I left the house, the weight lifted a little. He never apologized, never spoke a word about it, but his presence lost some of its power. I kept my curtains drawn and avoided eye contact, and eventually, his constant appearances at my exact leaving times became less frequent. Maybe he knew he'd been caught, or maybe the thrill was gone now that the camera was gone. Either way, the silence was a relief. Even now, years later, I sometimes think back to that period and how easily someone can cross the line between neighborly watchfulness and predatory control. It wasn't dramatic in the sense of violence or threats, but it taught me how fragile the idea of privacy really is. Every time I see a small black lens on the side of a house, I can't help but wonder who it's pointed at, and what story the person on the other end is telling themselves to justify it. For me, that little device changed how I look at my own home forever. Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. The rent increase notice arrived on a Monday morning in 2022, right when my son Nathan was starting his junior year at that private school in La Jolla. 28 years old and already drowning in bills, I stared at that piece of paper knowing I had exactly 2 options. Pull Nathan out of the only stable thing in his life after the divorce, or find another source of income fast. My day job at the dental office barely covered our basic expenses, and my ex-husband had vanished to Arizona with his new girlfriend, leaving me with nothing but broken promises and a mountain of debt. After weeks of researching work-from-home opportunities and coming up empty, a friend from my yoga class mentioned how she'd been making extra money through online content creation. She was vague about the details, but the numbers she mentioned made my jaw drop. The decision wasn't easy, but Nathan's education meant everything to me. I spent 3 days setting up a separate laptop, creating accounts with fake names, and learning about VPNs and privacy settings. My content was mild compared to what others were doing, just photos and videos in lingerie or workout clothes, nothing that showed my face clearly. I scheduled everything for late nights when Nathan was asleep, always locking my bedroom door and using noise-canceling headphones to stay alert for any sounds from his room. Within 2 months, I was making enough to cover his tuition and even start a small college fund. The guilt ate at me sometimes, especially during parent-teacher conferences. But I told myself it was temporary, just until I could find something better. Everything was going smoothly until I noticed changes in how my downstairs neighbor, Carl, started acting around me. Carl had lived in the building for about 5 years, a quiet guy in his 40s who worked from home doing something with computers. We'd exchange polite nods in the hallway, maybe chat about the weather while checking mail, nothing more. But suddenly, he was everywhere I went. Every morning when I'd leave for work, there he was, watering the same plant by his door or checking his mailbox for the 3rd time. When I'd come home with groceries, he'd appear within seconds, offering to help carry bags up the stairs. At first, I appreciated the gesture. Being a single mom, any help was welcome. But then came the comments that made my stomach twist. He'd mention how tired I looked, suggesting I must have been up late again, always with this knowing look in his eyes. He even asked if I'd gotten new curtains for my bedroom, saying he noticed the lighting from my window looked different at night. The encounters escalated over the next few weeks in ways that seemed coincidental but felt deliberate. He started showing up at the neighborhood grocery store right when I was shopping, always finding me in the cereal aisle where Nathan liked to pick his breakfast. He joined the gym I'd been going to for 3 years, suddenly appearing on the treadmill next to mine, making small talk about workout routines while his eyes lingered too long. The breaking point came on a Saturday afternoon when Nathan was at soccer practice. Carl knocked on my door holding a package that he claimed was delivered to him by mistake. When I reached for it, he held it just out of reach, stepping closer to hand it over. That's when he said it. Something about how I should be careful about that small birthmark on my hip, that it looked like it might need checking by a doctor. My whole body went rigid. That birthmark was always covered by my clothes, except in certain photos I'd posted online. Photos that absolutely never showed my face or any identifying features of my apartment. I practically slammed the door in his face, my mind racing through every possible explanation. Maybe he'd seen me at the pool last summer? But no, I always wore a one-piece. Maybe through my window? But my blinds were always closed when I changed. The more I thought about it, the more my panic grew. I went through my online content with a fine-tooth comb, checking every photo and video for any possible identifying information. My face was never visible. I'd been careful about reflections, and I'd even bought special sheets and decorations specifically for filming that were different from my everyday bedroom items. But then I remembered something that made my throat close up. In one recent video, I'd worn a new set of emerald green sheets that I'd actually put on my real bed afterward because they were so expensive. Carl had commented on those exact sheets just last week, saying through my door that he was glad to see I was treating myself to nice things. That night, I couldn't focus on anything. Nathan asked why I kept checking the locks, why I'd moved his old baseball bat next to my bed. I told him I'd heard about break-ins in the neighborhood, but the truth was eating me alive. After he went to sleep, I started investigating everything. I checked my laptop for malware, changed all my passwords, even put tape over my webcam. Then I remembered something from a true crime podcast about checking your Wi-Fi router for unknown devices. My heart pounded as I logged into the router settings, scrolling through the list of connected devices. My laptop, Nathan's tablet, our phones, the smart TV, all normal. But there, at the bottom, was something that made my entire body go cold. An unknown IP address, labeled only as device hidden. When I tried to identify it, the router showed it had been connected for over 3 months, consuming massive amounts of upload bandwidth. Whatever this device was, it had been transmitting something from my network, and it had been doing it since around the time Carl started acting strange. The next morning was Sunday, and Nathan had a sleepover at his friend's house. As soon as I dropped him off, I drove straight to the police station. The officer at the desk, a younger woman named Officer Daniels, initially seemed skeptical when I started explaining the situation. But when I showed her the router logs and told her about Carl's comments, her expression changed completely. She called in a detective, a man named Detective Reeves who specialized in cybercrimes. He took my statement, examined the screenshots I'd taken of the router settings, and said something that still haunts me. "This looks like a hidden camera setup. They usually connect to your Wi-Fi to transmit footage in real time." He explained that modern spy cameras are tiny, some no bigger than a button, and can be hidden almost anywhere. We arranged for officers to come to my apartment that afternoon with detection equipment. I met them outside my building, my legs feeling like jelly as we walked up the stairs. Detective Reeves had brought a special device that could detect wireless signals and hidden cameras. We started in the living room, the device making occasional beeping sounds near electronics, which he said was normal. The kitchen was clear, so was Nathan's room, thank God. But when we entered my bedroom, the device went crazy, emitting a high-pitched continuous tone near the wall opposite my bed. The detective moved it slowly along the wall until he pinpointed the source: my air conditioning vent. Using a screwdriver, he carefully removed the vent cover, and there it was. A tiny black device no bigger than a USB drive, with a small lens pointed directly at my bed. It had been positioned perfectly to capture everything, powered by a small battery pack and transmitting constantly through my own Wi-Fi. The detective carefully bagged it as evidence, his face grim as he told me they'd be able to trace exactly where the footage had been going. While Detective Reeves worked on his laptop in my living room, tracing the camera's transmission path, I sat on my couch feeling violated in ways I couldn't even articulate. Every private moment from the last 3 months flashed through my mind, changing clothes, sleeping. Those late-night content creation sessions I thought were secret. The detective's typing stopped abruptly, and he turned the screen toward me. The IP address matched exactly with one registered to the apartment directly below mine. Carl's apartment. The detective immediately called for backup, and within minutes, 3 more officers arrived. They had me stay upstairs with Officer Daniels while they went to confront Carl. From my window, I watched them knock on his door, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst. Carl answered quickly, almost like he'd been expecting them, wearing that same friendly smile he always had. But I could see the moment his expression changed, when Detective Reeves showed him the warrant they'd obtained through an emergency judicial order. The search of Carl's apartment revealed a setup that made everyone involved sick to their stomachs. Detective Reeves later told me they found 3 monitors in Carl's bedroom, one dedicated entirely to the feed from my apartment. Hundreds of hours of footage were stored on external hard drives, meticulously organized by date and time. But the worst part was what they found in a locked folder on his computer. He'd been comparing my online content with the illegally recorded footage, using some kind of facial recognition software to confirm it was me. He had spreadsheets documenting my schedule, notes about when Nathan left for school, when I showered, when I worked out. There were even recordings from days when I was just sleeping or reading in bed, completely unaware that someone was watching my every move. The police found receipts showing he'd purchased the camera 6 months ago, but had only installed it after figuring out about my online work, which he'd discovered by using specialized software to track IP addresses from content creators in our area code. They arrested Carl right there in his apartment, and I watched from my window as they led him out in handcuffs. He looked up at my window just once, and the expression on his face wasn't anger or shame. It was disappointment, like I'd ruined some fantasy he'd built up in his head. The officers seized all his equipment as evidence, and Detective Reeves assured me Carl would be facing multiple felony charges, including invasion of privacy, cyberstalking, and illegal surveillance. What really got to me was when the detective mentioned that Carl had never actually subscribed to my content or paid for anything. He'd just been stealing these intimate moments from my real life, preferring the authentic, unguarded version of me to anything I posted online. The building manager was horrified when he found out, and immediately offered to let me break my lease without penalty. I found a new apartment across town within a week, making sure it was in a building with better security and no shared ventilation systems. The legal process took months, but Carl eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. He got 18 months in prison, 3 years probation, and a permanent restraining order. I had to close my online accounts and lost that income stream, but honestly, it was a relief. I picked up extra shifts at the dental office and found a weekend job doing medical transcription from home. Legitimate work that barely covers Nathan's tuition, but lets me sleep at night. Nathan never learned the full details, just that we moved because of a creepy neighbor situation. Sometimes I still check every vent in our new apartment, run my fingers along the edges looking for anything unusual. I bought a device that detects hidden cameras, and I sweep my bedroom twice a week, maybe more if I'm feeling anxious. People sometimes ask why I moved so suddenly, why I'm so careful about my privacy now. I just tell them you can never be too cautious these days. The truth is, I learned that the walls we think protect us can be paper thin, and sometimes the most dangerous people are the ones who smile at you every morning while harboring obsessions you could never imagine. The divorce papers had been finalized in January 2023, and by March, reality hit hard. 32 years old, living in a cramped apartment outside Columbus, Ohio, and barely making ends meet at the auto shop where I'd worked for 8 years. Child support for my daughter Kayla took half my paycheck, and the other half disappeared into rent, groceries, and the mountain of credit card debt from when Jennifer and I were still pretending everything was fine. One night, after 3 beers and scrolling through my phone, an ad popped up about people making thousands on OnlyFans, and honestly, why not? I wasn't bad looking, 6 feet tall, decent shape from hauling engines all day, and according to my ex's friends who'd hit on me at barbecues, I had that rugged mechanic thing going for me. Setting up the account felt surreal, taking photos in my bathroom mirror, figuring out angles that didn't show the water stain on my ceiling. But within 2 weeks, I had 40 subscribers at $15 a month. Not life-changing money, but enough to finally fix my truck's transmission. For 3 months, everything ran like clockwork. Post a couple photos after work, maybe a video on weekends, answer some messages with the kind of flirty banter that made middle-aged women from Nebraska feel special. Most subscribers were respectful, just lonely people looking for connection, sending $10 or $20 tips with messages like, "Made my day handsome," or "Love a man who works with his hands." Then in late June, this account called GoldenEye369 subscribed and immediately stood out. No profile picture, no bio, just a generic username. But they tipped $200 on my welcome message without asking for anything special. Over the next week, they'd drop another 100 here, 50 there, always with vague compliments like, "Exactly what I was looking for," or "Perfect choice," never requesting anything specific like the others did. The money was too good to question. In 2 weeks, GoldenEye369 had sent me almost $800, enough to catch up on utilities and even take Kayla to Cedar Point for her 15th birthday. Everything changed on a humid Friday night in early July when GoldenEye369 finally made their first real request, a private video call for $500, just 15 minutes. Nothing weird, just want to see you live. $500 for 15 minutes was more than I made in a day at the shop, and rent was due Monday, so I messaged back saying sure, we could set it up for 11 that night after I got home from my shift. They responded instantly with the payment and a link to some video platform I'd never heard of called Secure Stream, insisting we use that instead of OnlyFans' built-in video feature because they claim to have privacy concerns with the main platform. The site looked professional enough, required me to create an account with my email, and had me test my camera and microphone before the call. Everything seemed legitimate, just another paranoid rich person worried about their identity, which honestly made sense given how much money they were throwing around. At 11 on the dot, I clicked the call link, and the screen stayed black on their end while my camera showed my face clearly in the corner. They typed in the chat that their camera was broken, but they could see and hear me fine. For 15 minutes, I did what they asked. Took off my shirt, flexed a little, told some made-up story about a wild night in Vegas. Exactly the kind of harmless fantasy content I'd been selling for months. GoldenEye 369 kept typing enthusiastic responses, sending another 200 in tips through the platform during the call, asking me to stand up, turn around, show different angles. Nothing that crossed any serious lines, but definitely more directing than most clients did. When the timer hit 15 minutes, they thanked me profusely, said I was absolutely perfect for what they needed, and the call ended automatically, leaving me $600 richer and feeling pretty good about the easiest money I'd ever made in my life. Saturday morning hit different. Woke up around 10 to my phone buzzing nonstop, and when I checked my email, there were 17 messages from an address I didn't recognize. Gotcha Forever 88 tier Proton Mail. The subject line on every single one just said, "Ryan, open this now," and my chest got tight before I even clicked the first one. The email had 3 attachments, crystal clear screenshots from last night's video call, showing me shirtless, mid-flex, face completely visible. And worst of all, in the corner of each image was my full name from the secure stream account I'd created. The message itself was short and brutal. "Nice show last night. $5,000 to Bitcoin wallet below by Monday noon. Or these go to Jennifer, your ex-wife's email was listed. Brennan Auto Repair, my boss's direct email. Columbus City Schools Administration, where Kayla went to school. And your Facebook friends list." They'd somehow grabbed all 847 names. At the bottom, they'd added one more line that made me run to the bathroom and throw up. "We recorded everything, including the parts where you got more comfortable. Pay up or everyone sees who Ryan really is." I must have read that email 50 times, each time hoping the words would change, that maybe this was some sick joke or a nightmare I'd wake up from. $5,000. Might as well have been $5 million with my bank account showing $247 and change. Called my buddy Craig, who knew about computers, trying to stay vague, asking if emails could be traced or if Bitcoin was really anonymous like people said, and he just laughed and said whoever was blackmailing me probably knew what they were doing if they were using Proton and cryptocurrency. The screenshot quality was perfect too, not grainy or distorted. My face clear as day, the kind of images that would spread through my small suburb like wildfire, ending up on Kayla's classmates' phones by lunch period Monday. Started calculating desperately. I had 3 credit cards with maybe 2,000 total available credit. Could sell my PlayStation and watch for maybe 500. Had that old Mustang engine block in my garage worth 800 if I could find a buyer by tomorrow. And maybe, just maybe, I could borrow the rest from my brother Doug if I made up some story about needing emergency car repairs. Sunday disappeared in a blur of pawn shops, Facebook Marketplace meetups in sketchy parking lots, and humiliating phone calls where I begged people for money without being able to explain why I really needed it. Sold the PlayStation to some college kid for $300. Way less than it was worth, but I needed cash immediately. Then drove 2 hours to Dayton because someone there would buy the Mustang engine block same day for $600. Doug came through with $1,500 after I fed him some story about needing to fix my truck's transmission, or I'd lose my job, and the guilt of lying to him hurt almost as much as the fear of those screenshots getting out. By Sunday night, I'd maxed out all 3 credit cards doing cash advances at different ATMs, paying those insane fees because what choice did I have? Sitting at my kitchen table at 2 in the morning, counting and recounting the crumpled bills and bank transfer confirmations. I had $4,047, still short, but maybe they'd take it. Maybe they'd understand I was trying, that this was literally everything I could scrape together without robbing a bank. Monday morning at 8 sharp, I sent my first email to Gotcha Forever 88, explaining I had most of the money, begging for more time or to accept the $4,047 as final payment, promising I'd delete my OnlyFans and never do anything like this again. They responded in 12 minutes. Full amount or photos go out at noon, no negotiations. Clock's ticking, Ryan. A panic mode hit different this time. Called in sick to work. Drove to 3 different payday loan places. Got turned down at 2 for having too much existing debt. But the third one, this shady spot behind a liquor store, gave me $300 at some criminal interest rate I didn't even look at. Sold my spare tire and jack to a mechanic friend for $50. Found $40 in change in my couch and car. And at 11:47 a.m., I initiated the Bitcoin transfer for exactly $5,000. My entire life savings plus debt I'd be paying off for years, all gone in a single transaction to some anonymous wallet that could be anywhere in the world. The confirmation email came at 12:03 p.m. Payment received. Your secret is safe, for now. Those 3 dots after safe made my skin prickle because I knew, deep in my gut, that this wasn't over. That people who do this kind of thing don't just walk away after one score. For 2 weeks, though, life went back to something resembling normal. Went to work, picked up extra shifts to start paying Doug back, deleted OnlyFans and all my content, even changed my phone number and email address. Then Wednesday afternoon, while I was under a Honda Accord changing oil, Craig texted me that I had a visitor at the shop. And when I rolled out, there was a kid, couldn't have been more than 19, holding an envelope with my name on it. Inside was a single printed screenshot I hadn't seen before, much more explicit than the others, time-stamped from later in that video call, along with a note. $2,000 by Friday or this one goes viral on Twitter with your full name and city. Previous payment only covered the first batch. This time I didn't panic, didn't scramble. I drove straight to the Columbus Police Department and asked to speak with someone about online blackmail. Detective Fowler, a woman about my age with tired eyes and coffee stains on her sleeve, took me to a small interview room and listened to the whole embarrassing story without judgment. She typed notes while I showed her the emails, the Bitcoin wallet address, the screenshots, everything except the actual content because I couldn't bear to show that to another human being. After 40 minutes, she leaned back and delivered the news that crushed whatever hope I'd carried into that building. The Proton Mail account was untraceable. Without a warrant, they'd never get approved. The Bitcoin wallet showed the money had already been moved through 6 different exchanges across 4 countries. And GoldenEye 369's OnlyFans account had been created using a VPN that bounced through servers in Romania, Vietnam, and Nigeria. These operations are usually run from countries where we have no jurisdiction, she explained, sliding me a pamphlet about cybercrime that felt like a sick joke. Even if we could identify them, which is nearly impossible, they're probably in a place where local law enforcement won't cooperate. Your best bet is to not pay anymore, document everything, and consider telling your close contacts before they do. I didn't pay the second demand, couldn't even if I wanted to. I was already drowning in debt from the first payment, working 70 hours a week just to cover minimums on the payday loans and credit cards. Friday came and went, and nothing happened. Then Saturday, Sunday, a whole week of silence that almost felt worse than getting the threats because at least then I knew where I stood. Every notification on my phone made my heart race. Every unknown number at work made me want to hide in the bathroom. And when Jennifer called about picking up Kayla for the weekend, I nearly threw up thinking she'd seen something online. The screenshots never surfaced on Twitter or anywhere else I could find. And after 3 weeks of obsessive Googling my own name, I started to think maybe they'd moved on to easier targets. Maybe Detective Fowler was right, and calling their bluff had worked. But that feeling of relief was poisoned because I knew they still had those videos, those screenshots, sitting on a hard drive somewhere across the world, and any day could be the day they decided to destroy my life for fun or profit, or just because they were bored. It's been 4 months now since that video call, and while nothing else has happened, no more emails, no more demands, no leaked content, I live with this constant weight in my chest that never fully goes away. Had to tell Jennifer about the debt when she questioned why I was late on child support twice. Made up a gambling problem that was easier to explain than the truth. And now she barely lets me see Kayla unsupervised, thinking I'm some degenerate who can't control himself. Changed jobs, moved apartments, deleted all social media, basically became a ghost trying to stay off anyone's radar. But every time I meet someone new, every time a coworker wants to connect on Instagram, or a woman at a bar asks for my number, I think about those files floating out there in the dark web ether, waiting. The other night, I got a spam email about cryptocurrency investment opportunities, completely unrelated to any of this. But seeing those words Bitcoin and anonymous in the subject line sent me into such a panic that I dry heaved in my bathroom for 20 minutes. That's the real horror of this whole thing. Not just what happened, but knowing it's never really over. That somewhere in the world, someone has a piece of me they can weaponize whenever they want. And all I can do is wait and hope they've forgotten I exist. Hope that I'm not worth their time anymore. Hope that one day I'll check my email without feeling like I'm going to pass out. The autumn of 2023 changed everything about how I see the internet, relationships, and trust. My senior year of engineering at a state university in Michigan was supposed to be about finishing strong, landing a job, and figuring out life with my girlfriend, Brooke. We'd been together since sophomore year, sharing a tiny off-campus apartment until she decided to get her own place closer to her nursing program. We'd meet up between classes at the campus coffee shop, spend weekends binge-watching shows, and plan our future after graduation. When she mentioned starting an OnlyFans account that September to help with her student loans, I tried to be supportive. She said it would just be simple content, nothing too explicit, just enough to make some extra cash. The way she explained it made sense, and honestly, her financial stress had been weighing on both of us for months. At first, everything seemed fine. Brooke would text me about her subscriber count going up, excited about the extra income finally letting her breathe financially. She bought new camera equipment, ring lights, and even splurged on some takeout for us both when we'd been living on ramen for weeks. But by early November, something shifted. Her responses to my texts became shorter, taking hours to reply when she used to answer within minutes. Our planned study sessions got canceled last minute, and when we did meet up, she kept checking her phone constantly, her face tense whenever a notification popped up. She started wearing long sleeves even indoors, claiming the library was freezing, and dark circles appeared under her eyes that makeup couldn't quite hide. When I asked if everything was okay with the OnlyFans thing, she'd force a laugh and change the subject, saying the platform was just more time-consuming than she expected. The breaking point came on a Friday in mid-November. Brooke hadn't responded to any of my messages for 2 days, which had never happened before, not even during her most stressful exam weeks. I'd gone by her apartment twice, but her roommate Jasmine said she hadn't seen her either, just heard her door close late at night sometimes. That Friday afternoon, I decided to skip my thermodynamics lecture and go check on her again. Her building had this broken security door that never quite latched, so I let myself in and climbed to the 3rd floor. Standing outside her door, I could hear something playing inside. Sounded like music, or maybe a video. I knocked for almost 5 minutes, calling her name, even tried the handle knowing she sometimes forgot to lock it. The door swung open to an empty apartment, but her laptop sat open on the kitchen counter, its screen casting this eerie blue glow across the dark room. What I saw on that screen made my whole body go numb. It was her OnlyFans streaming dashboard, still logged in, showing an active live stream with over 300 viewers. The video feed showed Brooke in some room I didn't recognize. Bare white walls, harsh fluorescent lighting, a mattress on the floor. She was talking to the camera, but something about her voice sounded wrong, too cheerful, almost scripted. Her eyes kept darting to something off-screen, and every few seconds she'd pause mid-sentence like someone was coaching her on what to say. The chat was going crazy with tips and requests, but she wasn't acknowledging any of them the way she usually did in her streams. I knew because I'd watched a few of her early ones to be supportive, and she always had this natural way of interacting with viewers. This wasn't that. This was something else entirely. I grabbed the laptop and sat down right there on her kitchen floor, trying to process what I was seeing. The stream continued, and I noticed details that made everything worse. Brooke's wrists had these faint red marks when she moved her arms certain ways, like she'd been restrained recently. Behind her cheerful expression, her jaw muscles kept clenching, and she'd occasionally blink in these rapid patterns, almost like Morse code. I started screen recording everything on my phone while frantically looking through the streaming dashboard for any location information. The account showed the stream originating from somewhere in Michigan, but the IP address kept changing every few minutes, bouncing between different cities. Her recent videos tab showed daily uploads for the past week, all filmed in that same stark room, all with that same forced enthusiasm. The payment history showed thousands of dollars in tips flowing in, but the withdrawal account had been changed 3 days ago to some cryptocurrency wallet I didn't recognize. I immediately called 911, my voice cracking as I tried to explain the situation to the dispatcher. They transferred me twice before someone finally took down the information, but I could tell from their tone they weren't taking it seriously. A missing person report couldn't be filed yet since it hadn't been 48 hours, and when I mentioned the live stream, they said if she was actively posting content, she probably wasn't missing. I drove straight to the police station with the laptop, demanding someone look at what I'd found. The desk sergeant barely glanced at the screen before telling me that relationship disputes weren't their priority, and that plenty of people in that line of work ghost their partners for safety reasons. Even when I showed him the red marks on her wrists, the strange blinking patterns, he just shrugged and said, "Rough content pays better." They took my information, gave me a case number, and essentially showed me the door. For the next 3 weeks, I became obsessed with finding her. I reached out to every person in her contacts, called her parents in Grand Rapids who hadn't heard from her but weren't worried because she often went weeks without calling. I spent entire nights analyzing the live stream recordings, mapping out the schedule of when new content got posted. Always between 2 and 4 a.m. Always that same room. Always that same forced performance. I tried reverse image searching screenshots, contacted other OnlyFans creators asking if they recognized the setup, even paid a private investigator my entire savings to look into it. He traced the cryptocurrency wallet to an exchange based in Eastern Europe, but hit dead ends after that. The live streams continued daily, and I watched every single one, looking for any clue about where she was. Sometimes there were muffled sounds in the background, footsteps, doors closing, once what sounded like a train passing by. I compiled everything into folders, timestamps, audio analysis I ran through free software, building this massive case file that nobody wanted to look at. By early December, the streams suddenly stopped. Her OnlyFans page went dark, no new content, no response to the hundreds of messages from subscribers asking where she went. I felt this mix of hope and dread. Maybe she'd escaped, or maybe something worse had happened. I kept checking the site obsessively, refreshing every hour, while also monitoring missing persons databases, hospital admission records I could access through a friend in med school, even checking Jane Doe reports, though I hated myself for doing it. Her apartment stayed empty, rent unpaid, until the landlord started the eviction process. I went through her things before they threw everything out, finding nothing except normal college student stuff, textbooks, clothes, a half-finished knitting project she'd been making for her mom's birthday. Jasmine told me Brooke had been getting weird packages delivered in the weeks before she disappeared. Small boxes she'd immediately take to her room, but the shipping labels were always torn off by the time they hit the recycling. Then, in late February 2024, her OnlyFans account came back to life. I got the notification at 3 a.m. while I was up studying for midterms, and seeing her username pop up on my phone made me physically sick. The new video was definitely recent. She was wearing a necklace I'd given her for Christmas, the one that had been in her jewelry box when I went through her apartment. But everything else about her had changed. She'd lost weight, her cheekbones sharp under the ring light, and there were these small scars on her shoulders that hadn't been there before. Her hair was shorter, dyed black instead of her natural brown, and she moved differently, more mechanical, like she was following choreographed steps. The room was different too, still bare walls, but now with a window visible in the corner showing city lights I couldn't identify. She never spoke in this video, just performed, but her eyes would occasionally flick toward the camera with this expression I'd never seen on her face before. Not fear exactly, but this hollow recognition, like she knew I might be watching. I downloaded the video immediately and spent hours analyzing every frame. In one brief moment, when she turned away from the camera, I caught a reflection in that window, the silhouette of someone else in the room, tall, standing perfectly still by what looked like a door. The metadata had been scrubbed clean, but there was this tiny detail everyone else probably missed. She was tapping her fingers against her leg in a pattern. I slowed it down, counted the taps, and realized she was spelling something out. It took me hours to decode it, playing the same 15-second segment over and over until my eyes burned. She was tapping out an address. Not perfectly, some numbers were unclear, but enough that I could narrow it down to a specific area in Detroit, about 2 hours from campus. My heart hammered as I mapped out potential buildings in that zone, cross-referencing with the city lights I could see in that window reflection, trying to triangulate which floor she might be on based on the angle. I drove to Detroit that same morning, skipping all my classes, running on nothing but gas station coffee and adrenaline. The area her tapping had indicated was a cluster of old industrial buildings, some converted to lofts, others still abandoned. I spent the entire day walking through those streets, looking up at windows, trying to match the view from her video. Around sunset, I found it, a 7-story building that had been partially converted into live workspaces, the kind that advertised month-to-month rentals with no credit checks. The 4th-floor corner unit had the exact same window configuration, the same angle toward the city lights. I waited outside until someone was leaving and caught the door, then made my way up the stairwell, my legs barely working from the fear and exhaustion. At the 4th floor, I could hear music coming from behind the corner unit's door, the same generic electronic beats that played in her recent videos. I called the police from the hallway, gave them the address, told them I had reason to believe someone was being held against their will. This time I didn't mention OnlyFans or streaming. I just said I'd heard screaming and suspicious sounds. They said they'd send someone. While waiting for the police, I kept my ear pressed against the door, and that's when I heard voices. At least 2 men speaking in a language I couldn't identify. And then, unmistakably, Brooke's laugh, but forced and too loud. 20 minutes later, 2 officers finally showed up, looking annoyed about the call. They knocked, announced themselves, and everything inside went silent instantly. After a long pause, a man opened the door just a crack, speaking perfect English with no accent, claiming he lived alone and hadn't heard any disturbances. The officers barely pushed, didn't ask to come in, didn't question why I could still hear that music playing from inside. They told me to stop harassing residents and threatened to arrest me if I didn't leave immediately. As we walked away, I looked back and saw a figure in the window, just for a second, and I swear it was Brooke, pressing her palm flat against the glass before someone pulled her back into the darkness. I didn't give up. I contacted the FBI Cybercrime Division, filed reports with the National Human Trafficking Hotline, even reached out to journalists who covered similar cases. Most never responded, and those who did said they needed more concrete evidence than videos and speculation. I hired a different private investigator, one who specialized in these cases, and she actually made progress. She found that the apartment was rented under a shell company that traced back to a network of similar properties across the Midwest, all cash payments, all hosting young women who appeared on various cam sites. She said this was bigger than just Brooke, that there were probably dozens of girls caught in the same situation, but without law enforcement cooperation, there was nothing we could legally do. She advised me to keep documenting everything and wait for them to make a mistake. So I kept watching the streams, which now happened sporadically, maybe once a week. Each time, Brooke looked more distant, more automated. like whatever fight she'd had in her was slowly being drained away. The last stream I watched was in April 2024. She looked directly at the camera at one point, really looked. Not the empty performance stare, but genuine eye contact, and mouthed 2 words: "Stop watching." I understood what she meant. My obsession wasn't helping her. It was just feeding the system that held her. I closed the laptop, deleted my account, and stopped checking. I filed one final police report with everything I'd gathered, sent copies to 3 different FBI field offices, and then tried to return to my life. I graduated that May with a degree I could barely remember earning. I still check missing persons sites sometimes. Still jump when I see women who look like her from behind. Her OnlyFans account is still active as far as I know. Friends have told me they've seen new content posted, but I keep my promise not to look. Sometimes I dream about that moment at the window, her hand pressed against the glass, and I wake up wondering if there was something more I could have done, some authority I didn't contact, some evidence I missed. All I know is that she's still out there somewhere, performing for strangers, and the system that took her continues operating in plain sight, while everyone pretends not to see. Phoenix gets unbearably hot in July, and my tiny studio apartment near Camelback Road had the worst air conditioning you could imagine. Brandon had been gone for 3 weeks by then, and I was still finding his stuff everywhere. A phone charger behind the nightstand, his favorite hot sauce in the back of the fridge, one of his socks stuck to the inside of the dryer. My sister Grace had helped me move out while he was at work, stuffing my entire life into her pickup truck in under 2 hours. We'd been together 4 years, and leaving felt like ripping off my own skin. The locks were changed the same day I moved in, and every notification on my phone still made my chest tighten, expecting another one of his rage-filled texts somehow breaking through the blocks I'd set up on everything. Creating an OnlyFans account wasn't something I'd planned, but my friend Melody had been doing it for months and clearing more than her nursing salary. The afternoon I set up my profile, I remember sitting cross-legged on my second-hand couch, laptop heating up my thighs, thinking about how Brandon would absolutely lose his mind if he knew. That thought made me smile for the first time in weeks, not because I wanted to hurt him, but because for once I was doing something purely for myself, something he couldn't control or criticize. My fingers trembled slightly as I uploaded the first photos, nothing too wild. Just some lingerie shots Melody had helped me take against the exposed brick wall in my bedroom. Within 3 days, I had 40 subscribers, and by the end of the second week, I was making enough to cover half my rent. Everything changed on a Wednesday morning when I woke up to a comment on one of my posts from a user called Desert Watcher 62. The message itself seemed harmless enough. Love the way you bite your lip when you're nervous. But something about it made my stomach churn. Brandon always used to point out that habit, said it drove him crazy in both good and bad ways. I told myself I was being paranoid, that lots of guys probably noticed things like that. But then more comments started appearing from the same account. That birthmark on your hip looks like a crescent moon in this lighting. Only someone who'd seen me up close would know about that birthmark, hidden as it was just below my bikini line. You still sleep on the left side of the bed, I see. The photo he commented on showed only a corner of my mattress, but he was right. The comments got more specific over the next few days, each one a little needle of recognition that made my whole body tense up. Remember when you wore that color to Sedona? Under a photo in a red lingerie set. Brandon and I had gone to Sedona for our anniversary 2 years ago, and I'd worn a red dress he'd picked out. You always did look best at 3 a.m. appeared under a late-night post, and I remembered all those fights that lasted until dawn, him telling me I was beautiful even while calling me horrible names in the same breath. Desert Watcher 62 never said anything explicitly threatening, never crossed any obvious lines, but each comment felt like a fingernail dragging across my brain, leaving marks only I could see. My dad called me on a Friday afternoon while I was grocery shopping at the Safeway on McDowell Road. his voice strange and tight in a way I'd never heard before. "Honey, we need to talk about something," he said, and I abandoned my half-full cart right there in the cereal aisle. He told me that someone had sent an email to his work address, the one listed on his company's website, with screenshots from my OnlyFans page attached. The subject line read, "Thought you should see what your daughter is up to these days." Mom had gotten one too, sent to her personal Gmail with the message, "Such a shame about Lisa, she seemed like such a nice girl." The screenshots were the tamest ones on my profile, just me in lingerie, but they'd been edited with red circles around certain parts of my body and arrows pointing to details with typed notes like, "Mole on left shoulder," and "Scar from bike accident age 12. Whoever sent them knew things about my body that you'd only notice after years of intimacy. Grace got hers the next morning, sent to her work email at the dental office where she was a hygienist, right before her Saturday shift. This one was different though. It included a photo I'd never posted anywhere. One from my phone that I'd taken but decided against uploading. It was me trying on lingerie in my bathroom mirror, my face fully visible, a test shot from weeks ago. The only way someone could have that photo was if they had access to my phone or my cloud storage. My password was one Brandon could never guess. I'd made sure of that, but he'd always been weirdly good with technology, used to brag about teaching himself to code and hack when he was younger. The email to Grace said, "Your sister should be more careful with her privacy settings," and included a link to my OnlyFans page with the message, "Family discount available." I filed a police report that same afternoon at the Phoenix Police Department station on Washington Street, sitting in a plastic chair that stuck to the back of my thighs, while Officer Garrett typed slowly on his computer. He kept asking if I had any proof it was Brandon, and all I could offer were the comments that referenced things only he would know. "Could be a coincidence," he said, not even looking up from his screen. "Lots of people have obsessive fans online these days." But then he pulled up Brandon's record, and his eyebrows went up slightly. Turns out Brandon was on probation for a harassment charge from his previous girlfriend, something he'd never told me about. Officer Garrett made a call to Brandon's probation officer, a woman named Diane Walters who sounded tired even at 2 in the afternoon. Brandon had checked in with her that morning, claiming he was in Flagstaff for a construction job. Had even sent her a selfie in front of what looked like a job site with mountains in the background. The security footage changed everything though. Officer Garrett called me 3 days later, asked me to come back to the station immediately. They'd pulled video from the convenience store across from my apartment complex, and there was Brandon's silver Ford F-150, clear as day, parked in their lot for 3 hours the previous Monday night. The timestamp showed him arriving at 11:47 p.m. and leaving at 2:53 a.m., just sitting there in the dark with a perfect view of my bedroom window. The same night I'd done a live stream for my subscribers, the first one I'd ever done, wearing a silk robe Melody had bought me as a congratulations gift. They had footage from 4 different nights over the past 2 weeks, always the same pattern, arriving late, parking in that exact spot, leaving after exactly 3 hours. One night the camera caught him getting out to throw away what looked like fast food containers, and his face was perfectly visible in the fluorescent light of the store's sign. Getting the restraining order felt like winning a small war, the judge signing it without hesitation, after seeing the surveillance footage and the emails to my family. Brandon showed up to court wearing the same cologne he'd worn on our first date, that woody scent that used to make me feel safe and now made me want to throw up. He kept trying to make eye contact while his lawyer argued that the emails could have come from anyone, that sitting in a public parking lot wasn't illegal. But the judge, a woman with steel gray hair and glasses on a chain, wasn't buying it. "Mr. Coleman," she said, using his last name like it tasted bad, "you're on probation for similar behavior. You lied to your probation officer about your whereabouts, and you were surveilling your ex-girlfriend's residence. The temporary restraining order is granted." Brandon's jaw clenched the way it used to right before he'd punch a wall, and his lawyer put a hand on his shoulder to keep him seated. That night I thought maybe I could breathe again. even celebrated with melody over cheap wine in my kitchen, laughing about how his lawyer's toupee kept sliding backward every time he gestured. But 2 days later, a new account started commenting on my posts. Sunset Driver 88 this time. That wine looks like the kind you can only get at Total Wine on Bell Road, the barefoot brand you always loved. I hadn't posted any pictures with wine, but there was a glass barely visible in the corner of one photo, so blurry you'd have to zoom in to even notice it was there. Then came Phoenix native 45 a week later. Your new couch looks uncomfortable. Bet the old one was better. The couch he was referring to was the one we'd bought together at a furniture outlet in Tempe, the one I'd left behind because it smelled like him and had a cigarette burn from one of his drunk nights. The new accounts kept coming like clockwork, each lasting about a week before I could report and block them, each with those specific comments that felt like invisible hands around my throat. Valley Resident 77 knew about the nightmare I'd had about drowning when I was 10, commenting, "Water scenes might trigger you, careful," under a shower video. Arizona Sun 23 mentioned the exact shade of nail polish I'd worn to his brother's wedding. That coral color never did match your skin tone. I started keeping a spreadsheet of all the usernames, the comments, the timestamps, bringing everything to Officer Garrett, who said they were building a case but needed more concrete evidence linking them to Brandon. The IP addresses were all different, bouncing through VPNs and proxy servers, but the writing style was always the same, that passive-aggressive tone I'd lived with for 4 years. The backhanded observations disguised as compliments, the little digs that seemed innocent unless you knew the context. My OnlyFans income had doubled by then, enough that I could afford to move to a better apartment complex in Scottsdale with actual security gates and cameras. But I still see those usernames in my sleep sometimes. Brandon got arrested 2 months later when he violated probation by approaching Grace at her gym, asking about me, but he posted bail the next day. The detective assigned to my case says they're close to charging him with cyberstalking, that the digital forensics team found evidence on his laptop, but these things take time. Last week, a new account appeared. Desert Memories 2024, and the first comment simply said, "Nice new place, better locks than the last one." I've changed my locks twice since moving here, installed extra security cameras, even got a German Shepherd named Bruno who barks at everything. But every time I post new content, I wonder which username is him, which seemingly supportive comment is actually him letting me know he's still watching, still obsessed, still unable to let go. Everyone in Stillwater knew me as the girl who made the perfect oat milk latte at Common Grounds, that little coffee shop on Main Street with the exposed brick walls and hanging plants everywhere. I'd been working there since dropping out of college 2 years ago, saving up money while taking online classes for my accounting degree. The pay wasn't great, barely covering rent for my studio apartment above the antique shop, but the tips kept me afloat, and the regular customers felt like family. Most mornings, I'd open the shop at 6, watching the town wake up through the big front window, while the espresso machine hissed and the first batch of muffins filled the air with warmth. Life felt simple and predictable in the best way possible. Just me and my cat Oliver in our little routine. Nobody knew about the OnlyFans account except my best friend Ashley, who lived in Dallas. And that's exactly how I wanted to keep it. My mom still thought I was saving myself for marriage, and half the town probably assumed the same thing about the quiet barista who wore oversized sweaters and kept to herself. The account started as a joke, honestly, something Ashley and I laughed about after too much wine during a video call one Friday night in early October. She'd been doing it for months, making enough to pay off her student loans, posting mostly feet pics and the occasional lingerie shot, nothing too wild. I figured why not try it for a month, see if I could make some extra cash for Christmas presents, and maybe finally fix the rattling noise in my Toyota Camry. The username Coffee Bean Queen seemed clever at the time, playing off my day job without being too obvious, and I kept my face out of most photos, just showing my tattoo of a moon phase down my spine and the birthmark on my hip that looked like a tiny butterfly. Within 3 days, somehow, the account exploded with thousands of followers, way more than Ashley had ever gotten, and the money started rolling in faster than I could process. By the end of the first week, I'd made more than my monthly salary at the coffee shop, all from posting pictures that seemed tame compared to what most creators were doing. Everything changed on a Wednesday morning in late October when I noticed something weird at work. 3 guys I'd never seen before came in together, ordered plain black coffees, and sat in the corner booth for over 2 hours. They kept glancing at me behind the counter, leaning in close to whisper to each other, and one of them had his phone angled in my direction the entire time. When I went to clear a nearby table, I heard one of them say, "Coffee Bean Queen, clear as day," followed by quiet laughter that made my chest tighten. They left exact change on the table, $15 for 3 coffees that cost $9 total. And on the receipt they'd written my username in blue pen with a winking face next to it. I told myself it was just a coincidence, that maybe they were talking about actual coffee or some inside joke, but deep down I knew they'd found me. The next few days brought more strangers to common grounds. Always men, always in groups of 2 or 3, always ordering the cheapest thing on the menu and camping out for hours. They'd position themselves where they could watch me work, some pretending to read newspapers while obviously taking photos, others bold enough to aim their phones directly at me when I bent down to get supplies from the lower shelves. My regular customers started noticing too, especially Harold, who'd been coming in every morning since his wife died 5 years ago, asking me if those boys were bothering me and offering to have a word with them. But what could I say? That strangers from the internet were stalking me at my minimum wage job because they'd seen me in lingerie online? I just smiled and said they were probably just passing through town, even though we both knew nobody just passed through Stillwater without a reason. By the second week of November, the situation had gotten completely out of control. Every shift felt like being on display at some twisted zoo, with new faces appearing daily, all of them knowing exactly who I was underneath my green apron and coffee-stained jeans. They started getting creative with their payments, leaving $20 bills with "Show us more" written in the margins, or sliding $50 across the counter for a $3 coffee while maintaining uncomfortably long eye contact. One guy wearing a Cowboys jersey and reeking of cigarettes actually had the nerve to ask if I did private shows, right there at the register with other customers waiting behind him. My manager, Keith, sweet old Keith, who treated me like his granddaughter, started scheduling himself for more shifts after he caught a group of them following me to my car after closing. He never asked questions, just started walking me out every night, his hand hovering near the baseball bat he kept behind the counter. The breaking point came when I found an envelope under my windshield wiper after my shift on a Monday night. Inside were printed screenshots from my OnlyFans page, the ones where you could see my moon phase tattoo clearly, along with a handwritten note that said, "We know where you live, Coffee Bean Queen," and a photo of my apartment building taken from across the street. My fingers went numb holding that paper, standing there in the empty parking lot behind common grounds, while the streetlight flickered above me like something out of a horror movie. That night I deleted everything. The OnlyFans account, the separate Instagram I'd made for it, the Cash App, all of it gone with shaking fingers while Oliver meowed at me from his perch on the bathroom sink. I thought that would end it, that these creeps would lose interest once the content stopped, move on to harassing some other girl trying to make ends meet. God, I actually believed that would be enough to make them stop. The harassment only got worse after I went offline. The regular groups of men at the coffee shop turned aggressive, demanding to know why I'd deleted my account, asking what they'd done wrong, as if stalking me at my workplace was somehow reasonable behavior. They started leaving bigger tips with messages that progressed from desperate to threatening. "Come back, baby," turned into "You owe us," turned into "We paid for you," scrawled on $100 bills that I refused to touch. Keith installed new security cameras and started keeping the police non-emergency number taped next to the register. But what were we supposed to tell them? That customers were leaving large tips? That men were drinking coffee while looking at me? Everything they did danced right on the edge of legal, careful not to cross any lines that would get them arrested. Even when 5 of them showed up wearing matching red baseball caps with CBQ embroidered on them, the cops who responded said, unless they made explicit threats or touched me, it was just an unusual fashion choice. Then came that Friday morning in mid-November, when I walked out to my car at 5:30 to head to work and saw what they'd done. Someone had keyed "Come back online" across the driver's side door in jagged, angry letters that cut through the silver paint down to the metal. The windshield had a crack running from corner to corner, deliberate and precise, and they'd stuffed printed photos under every wiper. Pictures from my account that I thought were gone forever. Pictures of me walking to my car. Pictures of me through my apartment window watering my plants. I called the police right there in my parking lot, sobbing into the phone while my elderly neighbor peered through her curtains. And Officer Brennan showed up 20 minutes later looking annoyed about being called out so early. He took photos half-heartedly, wrote down my statement in chicken scratch, and then asked me why I'd been posting pictures online if I didn't want attention. Actually said those words while I stood there in my work uniform with my vandalized car behind me. Keith gave me the rest of the day off and drove me to the police station himself. His jaw clenched the entire ride while I explained everything from the beginning. At the station, we waited 3 hours to speak with a detective, sitting on hard plastic chairs while drunk drivers and petty thieves were processed faster than my stalking case. Detective Mills finally called us back, a woman about my mother's age with kind eyes who actually listened, took real notes, and promised to look into it immediately. She said she'd review the security footage from common grounds, interview the men if they showed up again, and patrol my apartment complex more frequently. For the first time in weeks, I felt like someone was taking this seriously, like maybe I could get my life back and these psychos would face consequences. Mills even gave me her direct number, told me to call if anything else happened, and said she'd personally handle my case from start to finish. The hope lasted exactly 4 days, until Detective Mills called me during my lunch break, with a voice completely different from our first meeting. She said the investigation had hit some complications, that the security footage was inconclusive, that without direct threats or physical assault, there wasn't much they could do legally. Her words came out stilted and rehearsed, like someone was standing next to her desk coaching her through the conversation. When I pressed her about what changed, why she was suddenly backing off when she'd been so supportive before, she went quiet for a long moment before saying that I should be careful about making accusations against people in town, that sometimes these situations resolve themselves if we don't escalate them. After she hung up, Keith overheard me crying in the break room and finally told me what everyone else already seemed to know. One of the guys in the red CBQ caps was Jordan Hutchison, Sheriff Hutchison's youngest son, the one who'd gotten away with 2 DUIs and a bar fight because Daddy ran the whole department. After finding out about Jordan, something shifted in me from fear to pure rage. These weren't just random creeps from the internet anymore. This was the sheriff's son and his buddies treating me like their personal entertainment, knowing full well that Daddy's badge would protect them from any consequences. I started documenting everything obsessively, taking photos of every threatening tip, recording license plates, saving security footage on my own phone since I knew the official investigation was dead. Keith and Harold formed a kind of unofficial protection squad, taking turns sitting in the coffee shop during my shifts, and Ashley drove down from Dallas twice to stay with me. When the hang-up calls got so bad, I had to unplug my phone. The other baristas started walking me to my car in groups, and my neighbor started letting her German Shepherd out whenever she heard footsteps near my apartment. The whole thing felt like some sick game where everyone knew the rules except me, where Jordan and his crew could terrorize me while the entire police force looked the other way. The last straw came on a Saturday night after Thanksgiving when they crossed the final line. I woke up at 2 in the morning to Oliver hissing at my bedroom window, his fur standing straight up as he pawed at the glass. Through the thin curtains, I could see the silhouette of someone standing on my fire escape. Just standing there, not moving, not trying to break in, just watching. I grabbed my phone to call 911, but when I looked back, there were two more silhouettes, and one of them was holding up a sign that said "Last Chance" in bold red letters. The terror that went through me in that moment was unlike anything I'd ever felt, knowing these men knew exactly where I slept, had climbed up to my second-floor window, and felt bold enough to just stand there knowing I couldn't do anything about it. I called Keith instead of the police, and he showed up with Harold and 3 other regulars from the coffee shop, all of them armed with baseball bats and flashlights, chasing the shadows away while I packed everything I could fit in my car. By sunrise, I was driving out of Stillwater with Oliver crying in his Carrier, my entire life shoved into trash bags, leaving behind my job, my apartment, and any sense of safety I'd ever had. Keith wired me my last paycheck plus a bonus he insisted wasn't charity, and Harold slipped $500 in an envelope through my car window despite my protests, telling me to get far away and never tell anyone where I went. That was 8 months ago, and I'm writing this from a state I won't name, in a city I won't identify, working at a job that has nothing to do with coffee. I changed my name legally, dyed my hair black, and even looked into tattoo removal for the moon phases down my spine, though I haven't gone through with it yet because it feels like letting them win completely. Sometimes I Google Jordan Hutchison and see he's still in Stillwater, probably still wearing those red caps with his buddies, maybe terrorizing some other girl who made the mistake of thinking she could make extra money online without becoming prey. Keith emails me occasionally from a burner account to let me know they still come by Common Ground sometimes, asking about the girl who used to work there, but he tells them I moved to Canada or California or wherever seems furthest from the truth that day. The money I made from those few weeks on OnlyFans sits untouched in an account I'm afraid to access, blood money that cost me my home, my peace of mind, and my ability to trust that the world has any justice in it. I still wake up at 2 in the morning sometimes, expecting to see silhouettes at my window, and Oliver still hisses at shadows that probably aren't there. But at least I'm alive, which is more than I was sure I'd be that night on the fire escape. And maybe that's the best ending a story like this can have. Chicago in late spring always had this energy that made me feel like anything was possible. And at 24, my OnlyFans career was finally taking off after months of grinding to build my subscriber base. The notification came through Instagram on a Wednesday afternoon while I was editing content in my apartment near Wicker Park. A message from Valentina Rose, who had over 300,000 followers and was basically royalty in our community. She said she'd been following my work for months and loved my aesthetic, wanted to do a collaboration shoot that weekend to help us both reach new audiences, and had already booked an Airbnb in the suburbs specifically for creating content. The message had that blue verification checkmark. Her profile looked exactly right with all her recent posts, and when I checked her story, she'd even posted about doing collabs with Chicago creators that week, so everything seemed perfectly legitimate and professional. The Airbnb was about 40 minutes outside the city in some wealthy suburb I'd never heard of, one of those places where every house sits on at least an acre, and the nearest neighbor is barely visible through the trees. I remember pulling up to this massive modern house with floor-to-ceiling windows, thinking how perfect the natural light would be for shooting, and noticing that Valentina's car wasn't in the driveway yet, even though we'd agreed to meet at 2 in the afternoon. The front door was unlocked, just like she'd said it would be in her last message, and inside the place was stunning. Marble countertops, a huge sectional couch, professional ring lights already set up in what looked like the main shooting area, and this weird chemical smell that I figured was just from recent cleaning. I texted Valentina that I'd arrived and started unpacking my outfits in one of the bedrooms, arranging everything on the bed while waiting for her to show up, checking my phone every few minutes as that uncomfortable feeling started creeping into my chest. About 20 minutes later, I heard voices coming from downstairs and felt this wave of relief, thinking Valentina had finally arrived with maybe her photographer or assistant. But when I walked into the living room, there were two men I'd never seen before. One tall and lanky with a scraggly beard who introduced himself as Marcus, and another shorter, stockier guy with thick glasses who said his name was Phil. They both wore these matching black polo shirts with some production company logo I didn't recognize, and Marcus immediately started explaining how Valentina had sent them ahead to get everything ready, that she was running late from another shoot in the city, but would definitely be here within the hour. Phil was already adjusting the ring lights and checking angles with his phone, talking about how they'd been Valentina's production team for over a year, how they'd helped her grow from 50,000 to 300,000 followers with their marketing strategies and professional editing. And honestly, they seemed to know so much about her content and her shooting style that my initial wariness started to fade a bit. Marcus pulled out an iPad and started showing me this whole presentation about their production company, scrolling through behind-the-scenes photos from other shoots they claimed to have done with big creators, talking about distribution deals and exclusive platform partnerships that could triple my income within 6 months. The weird thing was how much they knew about my content specifically. They referenced posts I'd made weeks ago, knew my upload schedule, even mentioned some of my regular subscribers by their usernames, which should have been a massive red flag, but somehow just made them seem more professional and prepared at the time. Phil kept adjusting equipment in the background, setting up additional cameras at different angles, and I noticed he'd locked the front door, which he said was for privacy and to make sure no delivery people or anyone else would interrupt the shoot. And that made sense, but also made my chest feel tight in a way I tried to ignore. Then Marcus brought out this thick contract, maybe 15 or 20 pages, saying it was standard procedure for all of Valentina's collaborations, and that we needed to get the paperwork done before she arrived so we could start shooting immediately when she got here. The document was full of legal language about content rights, distribution terms, something about perpetual licensing and derivative works. And when I said I wanted to read through it carefully or maybe have someone look at it first, Phil laughed and said every minute we waited was costing them money in rental fees and equipment time. Marcus kept pushing the iPad toward me, pointing at signature lines with his pen, saying how Valentina would be offended if she showed up and found out I didn't trust her team, how this opportunity might not come again, and how they had 3 other creators lined up who would jump at this chance if I wasn't interested. The pressure was so intense and coordinated, with Phil standing behind me, while Marcus leaned in from the side, both of them talking over each other about deadlines and opportunities and how successful I was going to be after this collaboration. I told them I needed to use the bathroom just to get some space and think, and once I was in there with the door locked, I texted Valentina directly asking if these guys were really her team, but the message wouldn't deliver. It just sat there with that single gray check mark. My cellular signal was showing full bars, but nothing was going through, not even regular text messages to my roommate. And when I tried to check Valentina's Instagram again, her entire profile was suddenly showing as user not found, which made absolutely no sense since I'd been messaging with her just hours before. Through the bathroom door, I could hear Marcus and Phil talking in low voices, something about getting everything ready and the other equipment in the van. And that's when every instinct in my body started screaming that I needed to get out of that house immediately. Contract or no contract, collaboration or no collaboration. When I came out of the bathroom, I kept my phone in my hand and tried to stay calm, while telling them I'd just gotten an emergency call from my roommate about a water leak in our apartment and needed to leave immediately. Marcus's whole demeanor shifted. His friendly salesman smile disappeared, and he stepped between me and the hallway that led to the bedroom where all my stuff was, saying we could just do a quick 15-minute shoot. Nothing elaborate, just enough to make the trip worthwhile for everyone. Phil had moved closer to the front door, still holding one of those professional cameras, and he started recording video right then without asking, pointing it directly at my face while saying something about needing test footage for lighting. The way they'd positioned themselves in the room felt deliberate and practiced, like they'd done this exact same thing before. And I realized that getting to my equipment bag with my car keys inside meant having to push past Marcus, who probably had 50 pounds and 6 inches on me. Instead of trying to get my things, I did something that probably saved me. I pretended to get a FaceTime call, holding my dead phone up to my face and having a whole fake conversation with my roommate about the flooding, loud enough for them to hear me describing exactly where I was, and mentioning that my location was being tracked. Marcus and Phil exchanged this quick look, and Phil actually stepped away from the door for just a second to whisper something to Marcus, which gave me the opening I needed to walk quickly toward the exit, still fake talking on my phone about how I'd be home in exactly 40 minutes and to make sure the landlord documented everything. My hand was on the door handle when Marcus called out that I was making a huge mistake, that Valentina would blacklist me from the entire creator community, but I didn't care. I yanked the door open and practically ran to my car, my keys thankfully still in my jacket pocket from when I'd arrived. The drive back to Chicago was a blur of adrenaline and paranoia, constantly checking my rearview mirror to make sure no one was following me, and it wasn't until I hit the city limits that my phone suddenly came back to life with a flood of notifications. There were 17 unread messages from my roommate Alexis wondering where I was, a bunch of Instagram notifications, and when I finally pulled over at a Walgreens parking lot to check everything properly, I discovered that the original message thread with Valentina Rose was completely gone from my Instagram inbox. Her verified account was back online, but when I clicked on it, her last post was from 3 days ago in Miami, nowhere near Chicago. And when I sent her a direct message asking about the collaboration, she replied within minutes saying she had no idea what I was talking about, had never messaged me, and had been dealing with someone hacking verified accounts to set up fake collaborations. The real Valentina was actually incredibly helpful, explaining that there'd been a string of these incidents lately targeting smaller creators, and she even offered to post a warning about it to her followers, which made me feel slightly less insane about the whole situation. 3 days later, while I was still processing everything and had just finished filing a police report that the officers barely took seriously, my best friend Alexis called me in hysterics, saying I needed to check my computer immediately. Someone had uploaded 7 videos to various adult sites using my face and exact body type, but the content itself was completely fabricated using some kind of AI or deepfake technology. The videos showed someone who looked exactly like me doing things I'd never done, in rooms I'd never been in, with people I'd never met. The attention to detail was terrifying. They'd even replicated a small birthmark on my shoulder, and the way I typically styled my hair, and the videos were tagged with my actual creator name and linked to fake social media profiles that used my real photos. The worst part was that some of my actual subscribers had already found these videos and were messaging me asking if I'd started doing more extreme content, and no matter how many reports I filed with the platforms, new videos kept appearing on different sites faster than they could be taken down. The investigation went nowhere for weeks until another creator from Milwaukee reached out, saying she'd gotten the exact same collaboration invite from a different verified account, and had also gone to a house where 2 men were waiting with contracts and cameras. She'd been smarter than me, though. She'd brought her boyfriend who waited in the car, and when things felt wrong, she had him come to the door pretending to be looking for directions, which spooked the men enough that she could leave safely. Together, we found 4 more women with identical stories, all OnlyFans creators with between 10 and 50,000 followers, all invited by hacked verified accounts, all pressured to sign contracts with that same perpetual licensing language, and 2 others besides me who'd had deepfake content uploaded after refusing to cooperate. We created a private group chat to share information, and realized the houses were always expensive Airbnb rentals paid for with stolen credit cards. The men used different names each time, but the descriptions matched, and every single one of us had noticed that strange chemical smell, which we later learned was probably some kind of signal jammer that had been blocking our phones from working properly inside the houses. Eventually, with the help of a cybersecurity expert one of the girls knew, We traced the deepfake videos back to a Telegram group with over 8,000 members where people were sharing custom content of various creators, taking requests for specific scenarios, and selling packages of these fake videos for cryptocurrency. The group had detailed guides on finding targets, hacking verified Instagram accounts, setting up fake collaboration meetings, and using the footage they managed to record, even just test shots or regular conversation, to train their deepfake programs to make more convincing videos. After months of working with the FBI's cybercrime division and dealing with endless platform reports and DMCA takedowns, they finally arrested 6 people running the operation across 3 states, though the damage to my reputation and mental health was already done, and I still get messages from people who've seen those fake videos floating around the darker corners of the internet, reminding me that once something exists online, it never really goes away no matter how hard you fight to erase it. Brendan Melbourne had reached a point where surviving on my part-time barista job felt like a cruel joke. I shared a small apartment on Lygon Street with my friend Claire, who worked nights at a bookstore. Between the two of us, we could barely afford groceries. When my student debt reminder came in the mail, I decided to try something that made me cringe at first, selling feet photos online. It sounded ridiculous, but I figured it was harmless. No face. No name, just a username and a few pictures taken on my phone. At first, it went surprisingly well. I posted a few shots, kept my page subtle, and soon had a handful of regulars. I never shared personal details, not even what city I was in. The anonymity felt like armor. It even became kind of funny, strangers tipping me $20 just for painted toenails. It was strange money, but it paid for groceries and bills. I never interacted much with anyone, except for one guy who called himself Gentle Steps. He was polite, always complimented my photos, never crossed boundaries, until he did. The flowers arrived on a quiet afternoon in early autumn. They were white lilies, my favorite, though I had never mentioned that anywhere online. The card had no name, only my username, written in clean, almost formal handwriting. I laughed it off at first, thinking Claire had done it as a joke. But when she came home, she swore she had nothing to do with it. That night, I kept staring at the card on the counter, wondering how anyone could have found my address. It didn't make sense. 2 days later, I received another delivery. This time, a small box with a keychain shaped like a foot. That one sent a chill down my spine. There was no note, no return address, just my apartment number written neatly in black marker. I stopped sleeping properly after that. Every sound from the hallway made my chest tighten. Claire thought I was being paranoid, but something about that keychain felt personal, like a warning rather than a gift. A week later, I came home from work to find the hallway light flickering. Claire was out, and the apartment felt heavier than usual, like the air itself was waiting for something. I noticed the lilies had started to rot, their petals brown at the edges, filling the room with a sweet, sour smell. I was picking them up to throw them away when I heard a soft scrape at the front door. It was slow, deliberate, like metal brushing metal. I froze for a second before whispering, "Hello?" No answer. Then the sound came again, closer to the lock this time. I grabbed my phone and called Claire, whispering into the receiver while staring at the handle. The noise stopped. I stayed by the door, not breathing, until I heard footsteps retreating down the hallway. When Claire got home 20 minutes later, we checked the peephole. The corridor was empty. I wanted to call the police, but she convinced me to wait. Maybe it was a neighbor, maybe someone drunk. I almost believed her until the next morning, when I opened the door to leave for work and saw the photos. Dozens of printed copies of my own OnlyFans pictures taped to the door. Some were cut unevenly, like they'd been printed from screenshots. And right in the center, one had a red marker circle around my ankle tattoo. The police came quickly after that. They dusted for fingerprints, asked the usual questions, and left with the photos in plastic bags. When they said there were no prints besides mine, I remember laughing because it felt absurd. Someone had been right there touching my door, and yet it was like they didn't exist. One of the officers suggested that maybe a delivery service had mixed up packages, or that it was a prank. But the look on the younger officer's face told me he didn't buy that either. For the next few days, I didn't leave the apartment alone. Claire started sleeping on the couch to keep me company. I logged into my OnlyFans, deleted most of the posts, and set everything to private. But then curiosity got the better of me. I remembered that website I'd used to send small gifts to my top subscribers. Little thank yous, like digital gift cards or postcards. It claimed to be anonymous, keeping personal info hidden from both sides. I opened the order history, my hands trembling slightly, and saw something that made my throat dry. One of my top fans, the same username, Gentle Steps, had sent dozens of gifts to other women, and all of them had the same billing address. His address. At first, I thought it was some kind of glitch. Maybe a shared account, maybe a scam. But when I clicked the profile linked to his orders, my stomach turned. The same username had been active on other creators' pages, some of whom I actually recognized from group chats. I reached out to one of them, a girl named Tessa from Brisbane, and she told me she'd also received flowers. The exact same kind, white lilies, with her username on the card. She hadn't told anyone either. That was the moment I realized this wasn't random. Someone had been watching us all. I sent everything I had to the police, screenshots, the billing address, the list of usernames. They told me they'd forward it to cybercrime investigators, but I could tell from their tone that they didn't think it would lead anywhere. The address belonged to a man in his late 30s with no criminal record. Apparently, he'd been buying gifts for dozens of women under the pretense of fan support. Nothing illegal about that, at least not yet. They suggested I move apartments just to be safe. I packed that same night. Claire helped me load everything into her car while I tried not to look at the empty doorway where the photos had been taped. It took weeks before I started sleeping again. I deleted every social account tied to that username, changed my phone number, and stopped using any platform that handled personal deliveries. Sometimes I'd get emails from old subscribers asking where I'd gone, and I'd feel a wave of nausea. I wanted to tell them the truth, but part of me knew it wouldn't change anything. Whoever he was, he'd already mapped out our lives, piece by piece, like we were part of some quiet collection he was building. Last month I got a call from Tessa. She'd moved too, and for a while everything had been quiet. Then, one evening, she came home to find a single white lily on her doorstep. No card this time, just the flower, left leaning against the door. She sounded calm when she told me, but I could hear it in her breathing. The same fear I'd lived with for months. I told her to call the police again, but we both knew how it would end. I still check my own door every night before bed, not because I expect to see another flower, but because I'm scared of the day I stop expecting it.